I am here.
And I do have it up and running. The stream's already working. All right, Dustin. So,
Knock on wood.
all right, we ain't messing with it.
Okay.
But here's the problem that for solvability downrange. And then hopefully we can reevaluate as this thing continues to develop about,
This is
right. And again, that's not the conversation right now.
Yeah.
So Steve, what we're doing, we got 15 in here, we're streaming it to another classroom. So they can see the PowerPoint, but they actually can't see the instructor. And this is vehicle technician, so they'll actually have some demonstrations.
Yeah, hands on.
So I may plug, I have to probably plug a second instructor in that other room. So we'll figure that out.
Okay.
But right now, I have 21. So 15 and 6 is perfect. But if I get 22, can we stream it to another room too?
Should be able to. All right. I can just pull that room up. I just haven't done that yet.
Yeah, because we didn't need it.
Right.
And,
I mean, in a perfect world, we can
One
stream
more
it.
puts you over the limit too.
sir,
So one more puts you over
Right,
the
so-
next threshold?
15 in here. got another 50 tons.
Okay, cool.
He has no race this.
He's got a red one?
Yeah, it's the red one.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
one mill run, right?
Okay.
He still has 20,
All right.
the 30 tons.
Yeah.
So John, don't move the tripod. All right?
What tripod?
Don't look and touch the tripod.
Okay, good.
So here's what's happening. The only thing that it's gonna be odd for you is that you have some visual aids.
Okay.
They're streaming your presentation and your voice to another classroom.
Okay.
But they won't be able to see whatever. So my thought process was that we would, have you checked in yet, man?
I was looking for check-in and vehicle two.
Gymnasium.
Okay.
Next building down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, you know, if I can get one of the other guys to come back in after they do the check off, or, I got some extra help. And we'll stage somebody in that classroom.
Okay.
If, there's a question from students, they can kind of relay. We could give you a radio, but it's just kind of a pain in the ass if that was to interrupt the
So there's
classroom.
not two-way communication from the classroom? back
No,
in here,
they can
right?
just hear it. So I'm gonna have to stage somebody in that room as the extra instructor.
Okay.
So that's probably the only way it's gonna work. Now, this is ridiculous. I got it, but it's what we gotta do.
I know.
It is what it is. Have to wear a mask inside. They have to. Now, if you're presenting up here and you're a distance away, you can have your mask down.
Oh,
Present.
good. Okay.
But again, if you are interacting among them, put it up. All right? We're being very scrutinized by,
Right.
apparently, we had an instructor last week, and I'm able to have this conversation. You're probably already aware of it. Presenting to 17 students, much smaller classroom space than this, like this.
Uh-huh.
He presents all weekend, tests all weekend, doesn't feel good Monday, goes to the doctor, tests positive, 17 students. Now we're shutting down firehouses and having other departments back up firehouses because of it. So they're really talking about shutting down training again,
Okay.
all because of this.
Okay.
And I get it.
Okay.
Look, I got it. So when we can wear it, let's wear it. If you're presenting and it's a trouble, you're a distance away, you can do it.
Right.
I know it's difficult, John. It's
Okay.
it's difficult.
No problem.
Out on the field, virtually nothing we do in vehicle technician that they can't be wearing. So they should be wearing their mask outside as well.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So the other classroom is directly across.
Over there.
Yep, and right now you have 21
All right.
students.
Good.
If we have more than that, then I'll have to put them, because they're regular size classrooms that you always use with 24 students, they're down to 6. So, yeah, so if I have a couple more, then they'll have to be in 2 classrooms.
Gotcha.
So we'll just have to figure that out. Travis, are you gonna stay inside with him, or?
I was
will
going
you-
to go outside,
Okay,
work on getting set up.
all right. So we'll just have to figure out, we're gonna probably need to bring somebody back in here to be his backup. So I'm holding them all, John, in the class, in the big room until everybody's checked in, then I'll bring them over.
Okay.
All right, so, all right,
Rumor they're having tours today for VDFP.
sort of, yep. So admin will come in, gymnasium. So, yes, so admin is coming around, but they're like 3 at a time, not like that one year where they all came around in the gaggle.
Okay.
So JP, our logistics chief now, he'll be escorting them, so they won't be among us. They'll probably just poke their head in this morning. So we got one at 9 and we got one at 1
All right, got it.
for the next 3 days. Friday, it's only 1 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So it's only a couple people at a time, but the goal is for them to see and understand what it is that we do, because they don't. All right?
What's that?
It's PowerPoint.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it up to Travis.
Wow.
Here's some work, I must have a hellacious paper.
Really? Holy
Why? We put them on the world-class program.
man. That's roster.
Yes.
Really?
What? Fucking awesome.
Hey, can you give me 2
Yes.
rosters?
No.
Or roll sheets? Not this one, the other one.
Travis, you got that on
We don't
PDF?
do sign sheets, right?
Yeah, I get it, it's the
We'll
PowerPoint.
basically
Yeah.
call roll off of this. Or what I do is just take the paperwork and figure it
So what do
out.
you need? Email it.
Yeah, I can do
The,
that.
roll call form. That I have to fill out, it's got mail, career and all that.
Yeah.
I need to, I told Priscilla, she said she keeps somebody to do it, I'm just telling her.
Okay.
All right, so I need to fill one out for the machinery class.
I got
and then I need one for this class.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, let me see.
Is the
Which I
program on here
assume
already, or I
supposed
stick it on
to,
there?
No, it's not.
Supposed to still fill those out.
Good stuff, Travis.
We found out with the machine program, it's very helpful for them to have a
Takeaway.
takeaway.
Oh, absolutely.
JV, is the program on here already, or do
No.
I? Okay. I guess I go right here?
Yeah, just go right there.
Yep, right there. Yeah, Scott worked this room for machines, so.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
Actually, Elston, we're going to tech the class. So he
Sir?
can be your inside
How are
guy.
Well,
How are you?
All right.
Inside guy.
Good.
Monitor
Yeah,
the
well,
classroom.
you were here this week.
He said one of the.
Sitting in on this to catch up all the updates and shit.
Gotcha, so perfect.
Yeah.
So I need an extra instructor anyway in the classroom,
Okay,
this next classroom over, because we're actually streaming this to another classroom,
Okay.
because I don't have another big enough space.
okay.
So, again, I don't expect or anticipate any issues, but, we do need somebody to do that. Get this all set up.
John, they can see your presentation and hear you, but when you start talking with your hands, they're not gonna be able to see.
Yeah.
anything.
I know.
Okay.
I was hoping that they would change the camera angle, but they don't have big enough cables for.
You know what I was thinking about, because this is tilted, I think if you,
Just please don't move the camera.
but I think if
It will
you,
fucking blow up.
I think if they tilt this straight, it'll be a perfect,
Hey, brother, y'all, you know where it's at? Y'all move the screen all you want, just don't move the tripod. And then, like I said, just whatever John needs, but I think we're gonna need another instructor in other words, just as a relay. You know, if they have, hey, I don't understand it, and you do actually have to relay the question. I know it's sorry, that's what
Okay.
Good?
Yeah, yeah. What's up, JP? What's going on, man?
So I see Charlottesville got a new chief.
Yeah, yeah, so the other one was, Baxter and the, city manager.
Right.
Getting home early, and they were having fights, and it got really ugly, got in the press and all that, and one day they were having some discussion, and Baxter said, you know what, fuck this, and he walked out. That was at 2:00, at 3:00, the department got an email from him and said, I'm gone as of 5:00 today. He left his office, his car, everything, he walked away.
Wow.
He didn't come back and get anything. They were thinking that somebody would go crazy, well, no, we need the chief, we'll bring him back, and they never did, so he's now working for Habitat for Humanity. Don't know anything about the new chief, except Orlando. And people are jumping ship. Everybody wants out of there.
Do they?
Yeah.
that's what I've been hearing.
I don't go by there. I don't talk to them.
Well, you know what'll happen is in a couple of years, you won't know a majority of the people there. You
I
know?
hardly know anybody there now, and I've been gone 2.5 years.
Right.
Shit, I mean, people left and right, they're leaving left and right as fast as they get out of there.
You got it out at the right time.
Everybody's in there registering.
So, you know what I should do?
You know, I thought Emily was going to get that job.
No,
No.
no,
Hey,
no, they,
Congratulations coming back. It ain't. I got all excited.
Yeah, I heard,
but she's
when I
like,
went, she didn't have any support from the fire department.
no, she had zero,
But,
and,
I think she and the current acting city manager, I heard they didn't get along, so.
well, she had those problems with JR a couple of years ago, and they basically said, you know, stay out of trouble and you can have a job.
Right.
Don't think anything else is gonna happen. And she's real big in the Democratic Party, so she figured she'd have city council behind her and everything, and they're like, nah. I hear she's fighting it.
Really?
How you gonna fight it? He's a Metro fire chief
Right.
with lots of experience.
He's the Air Force veteran.
Yeah, he's everything you'd want.
You can't fight something like that.
No,
Well, you can't fight it alone. Now, if the union came out and fought it,
but they won't.
they won't.
No.
That's a different thing.
They won't.
Offered him a job too.
Hey, so look, did, y'all hear shit, did, Paratech pay Mike Green or something for that job? That's what we heard.
You've been using it.
I heard they paid him for it. And cause,
Well, I guess I asked three teachers that class in Louisville,
Mhm.
and they were, first time handing them out. And I asked Tom Gavin about it, and he said they got permission to use it.
yeah, they worked a deal with him, but yeah, they paid him for the stuff. Cause what happened, the whole thing came about in St. Jersey at, Middlesex County Car Training Center, when they were doing, Paratech guys, we were doing like they do like here's our new shit today, the day before, and then you do your other stuff. So they were debuting their new shit. Well, I got like some straps underneath and shit like that, so I started running the numbers over it. And I told him, I said, that's no way, no way. Go to Tom, and Tom goes, oh, no, the factory said it's okay. I said, brother, the numbers don't lie. And then that's when that whole shit show happened. And we took a picture of it, and they told, he called Hans, one of the owners of the company, who got all the engineer on the phone and said, send that to me. He said, well, it belongs to Mike Green. It's stamped on there. I said, it's his shit. I said, so, but the numbers don't lie. It is what it is. And so they sent it to him. And the guy called back from Paratech, and he said, he's absolutely correct. Those numbers are correct. And you need to do what he's saying with the struts. So that's where that all
We
came
did
about.
started our airtech training, because I just put hydrogen and launched the highway kit on everybody. Brought that chart out.
Yeah.
And every time we would do a lift, we would calculate that coaxial shear, like how much weight it was pushed out, just so they can see it. Like, you're not gonna do this on the scene.
Yeah.
But you need to do it here, so you understand.
Did you put a load cell in between it? So, hey, John, the thing will scare the shit out of you. This is crazy. And I was talking to Josh Thompson the other night about it. We're just bullshitting about it all. And the thing that I kind of put Paratech on the spot, I said, look, you say you have so much, tractions on the bottom of the plates, and you know what, and they were like, well, we can't put a number on it. I said, okay. I said, what were you shooting for? What was the, what type of a coefficient as far as, like a mass and like a drag factor on it? What are you looking at? And they said, well, here's the issue. It's too variable. You could be in, it could be raining, it could be wet, the soil could be different. There's too many variables. I said, okay. I said, so just basically the plates, count that as a bonus. So anything but don't put it in the equation. So here's what we did. We put the struts on a dolly.
Okay.
And then put a load cell in the middle and put them at those angles, and the math is absolutely correct. You know what I'm saying? I mean, remember what Mike Green did at that class?
Right.
So to really see
I'm trying to
how
get you
much
to come down and do that class.
I told Jamie, he needs to do it for a,
Instructor up there.
yeah, just do an 8-hour thing for us.
Talks with them.
They were, but
Last time I asked him.
I was,
COVID happened.
I had him come in for 2 one-day classes
Okay.
until COVID hit.
Oh,
He worked me a pretty good deal for 2
Good.
one-day classes.
Cause,
Fill it out with our guys and calls certain people.
Because when you put them on a dolly and then you look at what the load cell says on it, it's like, oh shit, yeah, this is no bullshit. You are putting that much stress on it.
sure.
So it's like, and then I had like the little chart written out. It was like, it had the weight and it says equals 1 strap and then equals 2 straps
Mhm.
equals, you just graduated the chain to grade 80. Now you need at least grade 100 to possibly go into 2 chains. So, 2 chains, some of the rail cars and the angles,
So I'm still
You know what I'm
expecting
saying?
a straggler or two So I think we can
Our
probably,
curriculum's always been two straps.
so I think we do the paperwork,
Okay.
just spread them out, doing the paperwork,
Yep, yep.
but when we go to present, we'll send them over. Alright. Did you check the other room?
That's Brian, the purpose of some of the Veritech stuff.
Yeah.
And then there's the salesman here involved that provide
Well, yeah,
advice.
Go over there and
Yeah,
I'll.
techniques, you know, and that's just,
So, yeah, the grade 80 on some of them, that's what we're telling folks, they need to be careful with it, switch over to at least 2.
Can I give you a Nelson? It is what it is, right? Did everybody vote? Very important to vote. I hope everybody got their vote in. Because if you don't like what happens, shame on you. It's too late, Travis. You had to vote yesterday. I have no idea. I haven't looked. Nelson told me wasn't worth it. So, don't even get a chair. You're not staying in here. Alright? I got you. You guys are gonna stay and do your paperwork, but then you guys are going to a virtual classroom. Those of you that didn't get a nice chair, you're going to another classroom. You'll be seeing the presentation and you'll be hearing the presenter. There'll be an instructor in there if you have questions. Best we can do, alright? But if you do have questions, we'll get it taken care of. We will have one extra seat up front when the paperwork is cleared. The rest of you are going to go over, or if you guys want to the other group, that's great. We have 6 seats over there. So that's perfect. You can hear me? I'm good. Perfect. All right. So once you get the paperwork done, before you start presenting, do your introductions and then send them over. Thanks, guys.
Everybody got a pen?
So every scenario we had, it didn't work out because I couldn't put that. Yeah, so I thought the job was not there. It said if it's up high, it's not bad, but if it's down low, it's too exaggerated, it goes out too far. You know what I'm saying? So the lower it is, it was, but if it's higher, straight up, it's about, not even 50 degrees. Okay. That, you know, that's something you can like grab out.
It's, so it's designed for, you know, you put your hand cream up, then put your part, your, other structure to keep them in line. And it's pretty cool design. It's got a hand in the center and has these nubs that come out. So your collection rings will rotate to wherever you want them and you lock it in.
okay, on your paperwork in front of you, basically, everything that's highlighted, you need to print your name and sign today's date. The first page acknowledges the prerequisites. The second page, front and back, is a acknowledgement of risk that slip strips falls are kind of standard fare. What's not standard fare is losing a limb, anything like that. Initial the box, fill out the information on the back. When you get to the skill sheets, check completed. I think completed is the option, or pass in all the columns, but date it for 3 days from now, Friday's date, the 6th. Yep. This is the most painless way to do paperwork. I have a secretary that when I teach class, I get one and she makes copies. When you're done with that, on the front page, somewhere along the bottom, write your FDID number, your date of birth, and whether you're career male, career female, volunteer female. I don't know that the DFP collects that data anymore, but the regular roster asks for it. Normally, you would fill that out. We don't pass that around because of COVID and contact spread, obviously. The other package you got out's a courtesy from particularly the cadre that's here. We typically don't give PowerPoints out in classes because of the amount of paper and everything. This school's kind of unique, in that it's kind of rescue week at home of the HDR office, and we try to make it, a little bit better maybe, than some of the other schools. Not to take anything away from them, but to just make this one better. So, you can make notes on that, that's yours, we got a couple extra copies. There may be, have you updated yours much?
No.
Okay, so it'll be the same.
Anybody that have an ask, disappear.
Yeah, there was some dude sitting here, he got up and went back there and sat on some guy's lap.
Did you say you were all dated for the English letter?
Yes, dated for the 6th on your skill sheets. While you're filling that out, we have to have the COVID discussion and kind of the rules that surround that. The Public Safety Center is meticulous about that. So if you're moving about, you need to have a mask on, all right? You got to have it on at all times when we're doing practicals or when you're in the classroom. If anybody in here doesn't feel well, you've lost your sense of taste or smell, got a fever, you've got a cough, you've got anything other than what you feel like would be normal, you need to let us know from a distance preferably, and you'll have to be excused from the class, okay? Likewise, if any of you all have been around anyone who is positive for COVID, all right, you need to know that. Should not be here if, for example, your wife has COVID or your child has COVID and you've been exposed to them or you're quarantined at work, that's not an okay pass to come to class. Just down at the bottom.
I lost my sense of direction, does that count?
No, because that went shortly after your morals.
You've had that.
Oh,
It's crazy that he says that.
I know, that guy in that glass.
I just said that.
What's up?
Okay, on the front, somewhere in the area of the bottom, non-specific, at your discretion, write your FDID number. That means your National Fire Department ID number. If you don't know it, write what department you're from, okay? Your date of birth. And then, like, if you're a career male, just write CM, or career female, CF. Or if none of those apply to you, then you can leave it blank, okay? Or volunteer male, volunteer female. I'm not sure DFP tracks that anymore, but the roster asks for it, so we do what the rules say. Yep.
Yeah, look as well.
Everybody good? Chief Garber. You're welcome.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I guess we need to do instructor. We didn't do that. Instructor, intros. So I'm Scott Garber. I'm from the city of Stanton. Was with you a couple of days already this week for some of you all here. Been with the city there for 26 years. Been an HDR instructor now for 7 or 8, something like that, and teach for spec rescue as well. So, how many, just a quick show of hands, how many people, is this the first time you've taken a vehicle to? Is anybody taking this as a repeat? Any repeaters other than Big Mike? So, there's 2 classes in the fire program's HTR list, I guess, that have really changed over the past couple of years, and it's due to technology. Rope being one, and vehicle rescue, vehicle tech preferably, has changed a lot because of technology with our tools. So you're probably gonna see some things over the next couple of days of tools that you probably may not have yet in your department. And when you go back and start taking or talking about some of these concepts, people are gonna probably buck against you because they haven't had that training. You're at basically a higher level than what they are. So I kind of tell people, if you haven't taken vehicle 2 or rope in the past 5 years, you need to go back and take it. Because things have changed, I'd say dramatically for tool technology. So you'll see some pretty cool stuff. We'll try and keep Brian on a low key of his out the box stuff, but
Oh, no, we won't break anything.
If it ain't sketch, it ain't right.
Well, it's all calculated.
yeah. So we'll show you how to calculate things and figure out loads and some pretty cool stuff. John, he'll teach you a lot, especially in here in the classroom when it comes to that. So you can introduce yourself.
Brian Sanzo, with the city of Newport News, lieutenant signed the rescue company, started in fire service in 1986. I'm not gonna say how long ago that was, because it makes me feel old. Been with, in Task Force 2 for about 20 years now, with the Star Task Force out of Virginia Beach. A lot of good deployments and stuff like that. Been with the state, probably 15 or so years now. But I've seen a lot of familiar faces in here, so it's glad to see you folks here taking these classes, even with all these tough times going on, still coming out and taking classes and learning things. Every class we do, we pick up something new. A new piece of equipment will come out. We'll learn about it. We'll utilize it. But like we were saying a minute ago, we don't do a lot of experiments in here. Everything is pretty much calculated. We pretty much got to know what these items are going to do so they don't hurt us, and know what the equipment's going to do. If we follow that, stay within the parameters of the equipment, then we're going to be fine. We're not going to have any issues. When we start using equipment improperly, when we're going to get in trouble. So we're trying not to do that. Any questions you have the next few days, please feel free to ask, because that's what we're here for. We want you to ask questions. So don't walk away from here with a question about something. Because we don't want that to happen. Please ask.
John Burris, I'm with, our programs I've been teaching this for 30 years. I worked for the City Charleston Fire Department for 38. I'm in a volunteer fire company now for the last 2 years. And of all the disciplines we teach, I think that this is the one I enjoy the most. So I'll get back to you in a second because I'm going to be doing some lecture, but of all the places in the Commonwealth of Virginia you can have this class, this is probably the best place you can have it. We get a lot of support. We got excellent heavy record support here. We got good props. We got plenty of work for people to do, but you got to be very, very careful with everything we're doing these couple of days. Okay. Up until recently, last 4 or 5 classes, we routinely broke a lot of stuff, just because we're a lot better at it. Our equipment is much improved, and we got away from we'll let them try this, and if it breaks it, it's okay, because my boss, Jamie, just said, you got to quit breaking stuff. So we're going to show you proper application of all the equipment, use of heavy wreckers. That's key to making this whole thing work right, and in a very fast and efficient manner. And we're going to have a lot of fun. Right, a little bit. Good.
Very good. So I'm Travis Carroll, work for the City of Harrisburg Fire Department in Fire Administration. 25 years in the fire service. HTR instructor for, I think, December, either like 9 years or 10 years. The tech rescue's been part of my career. The entire time, adjunct with fire programs, teach the officer, the instructor classes, driver operator, NFA instructor. And like these guys, teach for spec rescue, which is closely tied to Paratech. So the good thing about that is we get to talk to the people that make this equipment. And the good thing about Paratech is we get a lot of feedback from you all, or we take pictures, and that'll make its way back to Paratech. And a lot of changes that you see come about, and they're changing fast, is because of rescuer feedback and to make the product better. So, you may try something in this class and ask us if that'll work, and if we say, I don't know, let's try it. Okay, it's just something that we've maybe not seen done that way before, and we're all about it as long as it's safe. We're not gonna blow up a bunch of equipment. So, like all the instructors said, teaching this is a very dear experience for us, because it helps us learn things too. No two classes are ever the same. The props are always different, the record companies are different. Sometimes their equipment cache is different. We've got a tremendous amount of equipment here this weekend. We got 2 trailers, so we could shore this whole building up with what's on there. So we'll have a good time, and hopefully nobody will lose any fingers. Or you could.
Oh, God.
Anybody got any questions on the paperwork?
Priscilla texted me and said there was a late person coming in. Did the person that snuck in last, did you get your paperwork? Okay, we'll get you squared on that. Yep. Where's the extra ones at?
Around here somewhere.
Here we go.
Just as a reminder, we are under heavy scrutiny. We're on state property with a state class, with observers that are coming in to watch. So I see masks starting to slide down and off, not in here, put them back on, gotta be on at all times. Only the lead instructor that got up here talking, I can pull mine down. That's so you can hear me better, not have to stay so my feet back. If they walk in and see somebody without a mask, they're probably gonna make you go home. So as much as we don't like to do this, we have to. And when we're definitely outside, we're all gonna be wearing masks out there, okay? Again, heavy scrutiny, lots of people watching, the mask police. So keep that in mind.
Hey, we got 2 empty seats up here. Don't mad rush them. Got him squared away with paperwork?
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, or, when do you all pick the paperwork up?
No. Okay.
You need anything? Good. All right. All right, we're gonna turn you over to John for the election part, and we'll go out and start getting stuff set up, ready to.
All right, with those that are standing, follow me, we're going to the overflow.
You know,
Mr. Glenn.
3 hours in here.
11:30, I'll be done.
Let's get him here.
I'll make sure I finish that 11.
Okay, so you're gonna be going to the overflow room, and we got some paperwork for you to fill out too. Okay?
You want to cut them for lunch? I love those.
Got a coverage here this morning.
No worries, you're good, bud. Just glad you came for it. Oh, we're good. Oh, cool, awesome.
So we got you covered.
Okay, so,
Here's the rest of the paperwork.
just put your name and your.
That's very efficient.
Date of birth and your FBI number.
All right, we'll begin. This is a little odd for all of us. I've got another group that's in the other room over there, so if one of those folks asks a question, one of the instructors is gonna run over here, and so there may be some interruptions during what we're doing, okay? A little bit more background about me. When I was 18 years old, I was running a record for my father's towing company. And he was a volunteer firefighter, so it was, do I go records, do I go fire? Had the opportunity to get hired on with Charleston Fire Department. I took that job, did 38 years, extremely happy with it. But about 15, 16 years ago, I was also a member of a volunteer rescue squad, and we had been performing some heavy truck rescues that were taking us hours, which at the time was about normal. And we were sitting around one night just shooting the breeze and critiquing a call we just recently ran, and we're like, I don't get it. Why is it taking so long? What's the big deal? The construction of these vehicles is not much different from a 1970s era automobile. Why is it taking us so long versus minutes for an automobile? And so we decided at that point, and this is in 2000, I believe, to hold our own class. There was no such thing as heavy truck classes at that point. So we did a one-day class. We got a hold of a heavy truck. We were out there doing some lifts on it, taking a lot of time, trying to learn, trying to figure out this whole thing. And a tow truck company, Charles Record, was driving by, and he swung in, and he came over and asked what we were doing. This looks kind of odd. You're picking this truck up. What's going on? And we explained it to him. He said, look, I can pick that thing up and basically move it out of your way in under 10 minutes. And well, sure, go ahead. And he did, and that's when the kind of light bulb went off that if you really want to get an extrication done in a very quick matter of time, heavy records. Okay? So when I finished my fire department career, I went back to records, sort of. I went back through Rec Master School and did all that. I'm not going to go work for a record company. A lot of people thought I was, but I'm not. But I've got a lot of background with records. Okay. I think that we certainly didn't start this where I came from, but a lot of folks were looking at it at the same time we were, and a lot of folks figured out that maybe, hey, records were the way to go. I know when we started this program in 2005 with the state, that as I was going to localities, I would call ahead of time, talk to the training officer. Hey, we need the local record guys, and they were pretty much adamant that records should not be involved in what we were doing, because what do you need them for? We're fire rescue, we take care of this, they take the wreck after you're done with it. And so there was a lot of friction between fire departments and record companies. The record guys, I can tell you, in their industry, they felt very slighted. They felt like that they were basically housekeepers, that once we were finished, they could roll in. But, after hours of doing this, but the records could come in and do it in minutes. And we finally figured it out, that we in the fire service were beyond our capabilities. Our equipment wasn't up to par. That's why we were breaking so much stuff earlier on. And these record guys really know what they're doing. Okay, so the company we have with us these 3 days is Robinson's. I've worked with them a bunch of times. I know all their operators. They are a class act. Okay, when they come in, they set the props up. I don't get involved with that. They know how the classes run. Most of them have been through basic vehicle extrication through fire programs. They work well with the local fire companies, and they know what they're doing. So I just basically say, you guys go set up the props, you know how it works. If they set a prop up and you walk out and you're looking at it and you're wondering why the record's still tied to it, okay, which happens every once in a while, let us go in there and do our thing. What's the record doing? He's tied to it because if something happens, we don't want to drop 80,000 pounds of truck on your foot, okay? So they basically are looking at a prop as this is very risky. Let us hook our machine to it. We'll give you some slack in the line so that you get the reality of the weight and how this thing is going to act when you work on it. But in case your equipment blows out or something goes cattywampus, then we've got it. And we should not we should not drop it on somebody. All right, so in this class, everyone's had basic vehicle extrication. You probably have a lot of experience with that. I ask you that you take all that knowledge and just set it aside, okay? This is a different ballgame. This is graduate level, and what you learn in basic vehicle rescue really is not going to apply here at all. It really isn't, okay? One of the complaints I get a lot is, well, I took a 3-day class, I never got to cut up a truck, I feel slighted because I didn't get to do what we normally do in the field. Well, I hate to tell you this, but cutting up a truck doesn't teach you anything that you don't already know. You learn that in the basic class, okay? The trucks are not built that much differently from a 1970s era car. Yes, they are thicker, but they are also a whole lot easier to work with in those regards. So it's not that. The issue is the weight, and you have to deal with it. Struts have come a long ways in the last 10 years. We started working with collapse rated struts, And it's made our job a lot easier, faster and everything, but even those are really not a match for some of the things we're going to be doing, okay? So there's a lot of concepts you have to learn this morning. It's important that you pay attention, ask questions. The slides are dated, I know that. They're about 6 years old, and as soon as I finish this class this week, come Saturday, I'm gonna start working on a revision for this program. Will you miss anything? No. I just need to swap some stuff out that is not what we do anymore and put some stuff in terms of better pictures and whatnot.
We just lost audio in the other room.
Audio?
Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me? I can't be any louder.
I know you can.
Okay.
I gotta find the,
Okay, I haven't touched, I haven't been over there at all. Can you hear anything at all? Just nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
okay, it's good now. Go, roll on.
All right, okay. So anyway, without any further ado, let me get started. So if I skip over slides, everybody understand that this is something that needs work. We don't cover this anymore. We don't get into this anymore, okay? We've learned a lot. What Brian Santo was telling you is absolutely true. This is my 63rd heavy vehicle class that I've taught, and I can tell you that I learn every single time we teach a class. I gave up years ago predicting things, so if you ask me, hey, if we do this, what will happen? My answer is going to be, I don't know, because it's really difficult to predict center of gravity on these vehicles and their relationship to the base of support, which we'll talk a little bit about. We'll get into some physics with this stuff. We will definitely show you how to use the equipment, but it's going to be right up to where it can't, there is, your safety factor is right on the borderline with that. We'll talk a lot about that. But every time we teach this class, we all learn something. So a couple of things in terms of your PPE, you're not required to wear turnout gear here. If I had my way, I prefer if you had tennis shoes on, shorts, and a jogging shirt so you could run for your life, okay? If these things start to move and you weren't predicting that was gonna happen, you better move fast, okay? Because they don't stop, and you can't stop them from moving. So we've had plenty of cases where things come in that we didn't predict, and things move we didn't expect, and stuff blows out, okay? We were doing a class here 2 years ago, and we had a bus on its side, and was being supported by struts. Everybody okay with struts? All right, so it's on its side, being supported by struts. Car underneath of it, no big deal, students are working on it. And wasn't on station, I was just kind of walking around. It was a very breezy day. I was a little worried about the wind. And as I was walking around, I heard a strut hit the ground. And that makes a very distinctive sound, right? Just imagine picking up a collapse-rated strut and dropping that aluminum cylinder on the ground, makes a very distinct sound. As soon as I heard it hit the ground, what do you think I yelled? Run. And why? Huh?
The load is gonna move.
Yeah, so basically, we had a vehicle over top of another one. I have props, but I can't show you because the other group can't see them. But just imagine a large vehicle rolled over on top of a car underneath of it, and you have struts in place. The wind had started to push the bus in the opposite direction, and it was sitting right on where the center of gravity is over the base of support, a very dangerous place to be. And so when the wind started to push, these struts no longer supported the load. And when one hit the ground, that told me there was a load shift. And I told everybody to run. Everybody heard that because I screamed very loudly. Everybody, ran, and the bus jumped back on its wheels. Everybody was kind of surprised. We went right back to work, just reset the bus, and so on and so forth. So you need to listen very carefully to what's going on. If you hear creaking, cracking, groaning, if you hear wood starting to talk to you, if you hear things hitting the ground, any sound that you hear that's distinctive, you need to identify where it's coming from. Now, some of the stuff that you're doing, you kind of predict, okay, we're gonna pick this up, we're gonna load shift over to this crib stack. It's gonna groan a little bit, so we're gonna expect some crackling, and everybody's okay with that. But if you're just kind of standing back, admiring your work, and you start to hear sounds, then you better back up, because that thing's going someplace. Everybody cool with that? So always be in an area where you can quickly get away from it. I'm real big on housekeeping. Firefighters are very bad about housekeeping. We take wood, we put it in place, we throw it down right where we are. You pick up a hydraulic rescue tool, you throw it down right where you had been standing 2 seconds earlier. You throw stuff around, you get everything in the way, and then something happens, and you got to get across this clutter to get out of the way. That's not good. So every once in a while, I have to call a halt. Stop what you're doing. Everybody stop. Let's get everything back. Okay. And everybody's now mad at me because they were rolling along and everybody wants to perform well. But you don't understand, this stuff happens in a split second. It's, you know, it's not dangerous, but it is a lot of risk in what we're doing, okay? So with that said, let's get into the anatomy of heavy vehicles, and we will then talk about some rescue techniques. And I'm gonna lead you right up to 11:30. At that point, no matter where we are, I'm stopping, because you need to go to lunch. How many of you guys have never been here at this training center before? Okay, lunch is a good distance away. We give you an hour for lunch. That means get in your car, get over there, get something, and get back here as fast as you can. I would strongly recommend you bring lunch the next 2 days, okay? You'd be very hard pressed to be back here an hour. That's not even eating. So you'd be back out there working and kind of stuffing a sandwich in your mouth at the time. So bring something with you tomorrow and the next day. Tomorrow and the next day are definitely work days. We do PowerPoint this morning. Yes, there is some important stuff you have to learn here. Then this afternoon, we'll have workstations set up, okay? You go through those, you learn a lot about the equipment, what you can and can't do with it, working load limits on it, safety factors, you're gonna learn all that stuff. And you're gonna come back tomorrow and here's your props and go get them, okay? The wreckers will be out there. They like to walk around a lot, so you know us instructors wear red shirts. The wrecker guys will be wearing their work equipment. They show up with a bunch of equipment, but you'll see them coming and going because they are, just like any fire company, they're in service, okay? We may have a heavy wrecker out there and they may jump in and take off because they've got a call on the interstate. So it's nice to have them here, but I don't expect them to be here the whole time. All right, so we did all this. I'm gonna, again, skip through this stuff. Everybody's okay with the exits? Go out the door or run that way. Restrooms, there's one right across the hallway here, and usually in the classrooms, there's one somewhere. And class time, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, ready to go. That means get here quarter of, get stuff on, be standing there ready to go, because we start at 8, okay? We're gonna go to 5 every day. And you guys are gonna have a lot of fun, all right? So what is a heavy truck? Kind of obvious, but there's some things about it. Number one, it's designed to carry some sort of cargo, and that cargo could be hazardous, but it's designed to carry something that makes money. The weights are anyway considered from 26,000 up to 80,000. You can go 140,000 with a special permit, but you're not going to see those involved with accidents because they are carrying loads that are very, very expensive. The drivers are the best. They're the top of the line. They have escort vehicles. They have pre-planned routes. Their equipment is top notch. You just don't see any problems with those. They're not going to get into any kind of highway speeds or anything. So really, it's the trucks that are running up and down the road at what's called scale weight, 80,000 pounds. All right. You can either have a single truck or a tractor carrying one or more trailers, and your overall length here in Virginia is 70 feet. So as I get into lengths, heights, weights, and all that, we're talking about Virginia. Okay, in Virginia, the heaviest a truck can go up and down the road is 80,000 pounds. If you go up to Michigan, it's 140,000 pounds. So if you ever go in the state of Michigan and you wonder why there's potholes everywhere and the roads are crappy, now you know why. Okay, so every state is different in terms of weights, lengths, heights, and all that. We're just talking about the Commonwealth of Virginia, right? Well, I know cars because I've got basic vehicle rescue. What's the difference between that and a heavy truck? So the weight is huge, okay? And you're talking about 5,000 pounds for a good sized SUV versus 80 grand for a truck, okay? That's huge. All your vehicle extrication equipment was designed for automobiles, not trucks, right? The height could be 13 feet. So you're picking up a hydraulic tool for an automobile, you're typically going to have it in a good working position. It's down at your waist. With a truck, it may be over your head, which is a very dangerous thing to do. The length, automobile about 14 feet versus 70 feet for these vehicles. The construction of a truck is much tougher. Again, it's someone's livelihood. They're designed to last 30 years. These guys, when they buy a truck, they take a mortgage out on it. So it's like buying a house, and it has to last for a good long time because it's getting constant abuse and it's always on the road. And as long as it's moving forward, it's making money. The cargo could be hazardous. We're not going to get into any kind of hazardous materials lecture here. And the experience level with heavy truck rescue is a lot of folks may say they're really good at it. I'm here to tell you that there's no experts out there because nobody runs a lot of these things, okay? I've been doing this stuff for 40 years. I've been teaching this class for 20 years, and I don't think I'm an expert because, again, every time we do this class, something surprises me, and I learn a lot, okay? So a straight truck is going to also be known as a cargo van, and the cab, chassis, everything is mounted on frame rails. The weight's between 19,500 and 33,000 pounds. It's just a big vehicle, but not much weight. Tractor trailer, again, separate tractor, trailer. There's lots of trailers out there. The van trailers take up about 80% of those on the road, and that's what we'll talk about today. Hauls anything a consumer needs. So as one trucker told me, if you could put your finger on it, it probably was in a truck at some point. A specialty truck, again, is going to be straight or tractor trailer. Fire trucks will be specialty trucks. The cargo determines what it does. Okay. Vehicle weight definitions. This is important because you got to know the weight that you're dealing with. You got to know. Okay. You just can't do like you've been doing in basic vehicle rescue. Walk over with your equipment, put it into place, and know it's going to perform. You have to know the weight that you're dealing with so you don't overload your equipment. Okay. So EDW or tear weight, some people call it tar weight, is the weight of the vehicle when it rolled off the production line. There's no cargo on it, there's no fuel in the tanks, there's no driver, there's nothing. It's the bare bones vehicle, nothing on it. Okay. GVW is the gross vehicle weight, and that's what that truck weighs when you're looking at it. That's with it, with all the fuel in it, the cargo, for fire engine, the phone tanks are full, everything, and the driver who just got finished eating lunch. Okay, so when they weigh these vehicles at GVW, the driver's going to be with it. You don't know what that's going to be because the GVW changes during the day. Depends on if the load on it, on or not. Fuel tanks loaded or not. So GVW is a guess in a lot of cases. Okay. How we can guess it is what we call the GVWR, the gross vehicle weight rating, and that's when you take the axle and suspension systems designed for that truck, and they all have a weight rating, and you add all that up, okay? So you could take a mixer truck, which typically runs about 66 to 70,000 pounds, depending upon how many axles you have on it, and that truck in the morning may weigh 48, and in the afternoon it may weigh 70. It depends on how much cargo is on it. Right? So here's a good example right here. We have a dump truck that has 2 drive axles in the back. You see those on the ground. The ones that are up in the air are called lift axles or tag axles, and typically you're going to add about 10,000 pounds per those. But we don't know what the weight is, but you can look on the side right there. See the numbers? So I got 74,550 and 46,950. What do those numbers represent? What's 46,950? 46,950 is the EDW. What's that mean? Empty vehicle weight. What does that mean? Yeah, basically how it started. Okay, so that's the bare minimum that truck has ever weighed. How about the other one, 74,550? That's the weight rating of the truck. How come you don't see GVW up there? What is GVW? Why don't you see it on there?
So it's changing.
Because it's always changing. So it's gross vehicle weight. So what we do is we deduce the actual rating of the truck, the GVWR. So 74,550 is what that truck weighs fully loaded. It's what it's designed to carry up and down the road. Am I cool with that? There's different ways of looking at this, which we'll get into in a second, but most of your cargo carrying trucks are going to have those weight ratings on. All right. Now, if I'm talking about what that weight means to me as a rescuer, so let's just call it 75,000 pounds, close enough, okay? Do I have to worry about 75,000 pounds at any point during a rescue? No, why not?
Because you're not gonna be lifting the entirety of the truck.
Right, so the vehicle itself is totally full, 75,000 pounds. I can't pick it up off the ground completely. Like, you just can't do it. Okay? I know you'd like to try, but you can't do it. So how much weight do I ever have to worry about for any given vehicle?
Whatever you're trying to.
Half of it. Half of it. Okay? Because what we do in the fire service is what's called a hinge lift. I'm going to leave half of it on the ground, and the other half's going to go in the air. You know, turn it from side to side or end to end, doesn't matter. I'm picking one end up. Does everybody understand that? Because you don't go in and pick these things up off the ground. You just can't do it. It would take you forever, and you don't have the equipment to match up anyway. Okay?
Which end did you want to pick up?
It doesn't matter to me. No. And the reason is you can really get really down and dirty with these things and say, okay, I got the engine and transmission up here. I got nothing in the back because it's not loaded, but I got those drive axles, so clearly the front is heavier than the back. That's not true, the back is heavier than the front, if that's the case. Don't look at these things and try to decide where's the heavier part, because you'll drive yourself nuts trying to figure out. Just look at these as being a homogeneous block, all right? So if it says 75, it means it's a block of concrete or steel that weighs 75,000 pounds. If I go to either end and I apply half the weight and force, it will lift. Am I cool with that? All right, now, as I pick one end up, is that going to be heavier or lighter or the same as I pick it up in the air? I'm going to one half of my vehicle, I'm picking one end up, is it going to get heavier or lighter, or is it going to stay the same as I put it up in the air? Somebody said stay the same, somebody said heavier. It's going to get lighter. Okay? You're like, what are you talking about? Well, have somebody lay down on your table right there. Okay? Let's say that person weighs 200 pounds and the table weighs 50 pounds. Okay? How much is the total weight? It's 250. This is not math. Okay? It's 250. How much force do I have to lift that off the ground? 250, but I can't do that. If I go to one end and I pick it up. Yes, how much force do I have to apply? Half of it, which is 125 pounds. Everybody get that so far? It's not hard. All right, now as I start to pick this up, 125 pounds to get it up off the ground, I'm picking it up higher, and I'm noticing it's getting lighter and lighter as I pick it up. As I pick it up, it's getting lighter to the point where it just kind of falls over. So it's getting lighter as I pick it up off the ground. Why is that? Not leverage point. It's weight transfer. Okay? So basically what's happening is 1 inch off the ground is half the weight. As I get higher and higher into the air, that weight is transferring to the other end. Everybody understand that? That could be a good thing, or that could be a bad thing. Okay? Let's say the other end, I supported that. So on this table over here, I built a crib stack, okay, out of matchsticks. And I determined the weight rating of those matchsticks is going to be 125 pounds, which is okay because it's half the block. Everybody agree with that? I lift this end, and that's my pivot end. It's a pivot lift, okay? As I pick this up, what's going to happen to the matchsticks over there? They're going to fail. Why?
You transfer more than.
Because I'm transferring the weight to the other end, and it's not designed to carry that. Everybody okay with that? So we have to understand weight transfer. It's very important. That's why we need to understand weight. Well, suppose I look at a vehicle, it's like, well, I don't know how much that thing weighs, because school buses don't have weights on them. How do I determine that? How do I determine what a vehicle weighs? You guys are the new millennials. You should know. Yes, sir.
How many axles are on it?
Axles is it's a okay way of doing it, but you're going to way overweight the vehicle, and you're going to say your equipment can't match up to it. I know they have rules of thumb for that. We'll talk about that, but I would say that's one way, but it's not the best way. What do you think?
Look at the ID tag or Google the make and model.
Okay, so ID tag depends on the type of vehicle, where that's going to be. It's going to be inaccessible. You got to know the way we can get on it, so you can't do that. Google is a great tool, so you could take it, it's coming, that you can take a picture of something and Google will tell you what that is. Not here yet, but it's coming. But for right now, let's say you got a pretty good sized school bus. Gee, I need to know how much that thing weighs. You Google weight of school bus, you switch over to images, you'll see the bus that matches up, you tag on that, and it'll tell you the weight of it. Am I cool with that? So there's ways to determine weight, all right? So we'll get into that. All right, this is a tractor trailer. We call them TTs, okay? By Virginia, the front axle can have no more than 20,000 pounds on it. The tandem axles, those are the axles you see on the drives and on the trailer, can have no more than 34,000 pounds each. That's it, okay? So when this truck runs across a scale, you guys familiar with scales? You see them on interstates, okay? When it runs across a scale, it's going to look at a couple of different things. How tall, how wide, how long. This is limitations what that thing can go down the road has. It's going to look at the total weight. It's going to look at the weight of each axle. Now, if the scale says 20 on the front, 34 and 34, is that truck legal in Virginia? Do the math. No, why not? It's over 80,000 pounds. Okay, so again, maximum weight. So what the truckers have to worry about is when I'm carrying, here we're carrying frozen turkeys, and let's say that I've got less than load, which means the cube of that trailer is not fully loaded top to bottom, left to right, there's space in between the boxes and stuff, that they brought the forklifts and they shoved all that weight forward. As a driver, I like that because it gives me a much better drive, okay? But when I come across a scale, let's say the front is 12, which it normally is, the middle one is 36, and the one in the back is 32. Is that legal? No, why not? So it's over 34 in that, so what does somebody have to do? Move the load back. Okay, there's ways to do that. They can actually shift the fifth wheel, they can shift the axles in the back, that's why you see that space in there. If you have a tractor trailer and you see the number 53 right here, okay, which is the side of the truck, side of the trailer, lower front, big number says 53. What does that number mean? It's a 53-foot trailer. Why is it designated like that? Why does anybody care?
So you know how to set their thing that in their fifth wheel.
No.
Along the trail, that's more weight you can carry on it.
Really? 20-foot trailer, I can pack 60,000 pounds on it. I'll show you pictures of that happening. And it's legal. Okay? So 53 is the longest a trailer, van trailer in Virginia can run. Okay? They put the 53 there for the state troopers sitting on the side of the highway. And they don't make trailers any longer than that. If they do, they cut them down and then you have pup trailers. You have more than one. So you see the UPS trucks running up and down with 2 trailers behind them. The aggregate together is longer than what this would be. So you see this tandem axle back here on the trailer, how it's shoved forward. In Virginia, there's a law that says that the distance between here and here, the 2 tandems is 40 feet no more because of turn radius. So if you're coming out of New York State, and that's where you're loaded, your axle will be all the way back because in New York, that's okay, it's permitted. Okay, you forget to shove them forward, you come down on the interstate system into Virginia, state trooper's watching the trucks go by, he sees a 53 on them, and he's gonna look back where? He's gonna look back at the trailer and look at the tandems there, he's gonna see if they're slid forward or not. If they're not, he's gonna pull you over and give you a ticket, okay? Why do I care about that as a firefighter? Who cares, okay? Well, on a 53-foot trailer, and this distance, what's this bar on the back of the trailer? You see that T-bar back there? What's that called?
I've always thought it was a bumper.
Huh?
I've always thought it was a bumper.
It's a bumper, you're right, okay? So it's designed to keep what from happening? Cars from going underneath. So let's say the truck is over on the other side of a hill, he's facing downhill, and you're scooting along at 70, 80 miles an hour, and you pop over the hill, he had just pulled on, and he's doing 30 miles an hour. And that closing speed is gonna be so fast, boom, you're into it, okay? See the space? That's gonna fold up, the car is gonna be under here, it's gonna go under these axles and lift the trailer up, and all the weight's back here. See that? That's why it's important to know some of this stuff like that. That's where you're gonna get the opportunity to do some rescue. If it's a 40-foot trailer, the tandems will be slid all the way back, and they're gonna hit the bar, and that's about as far as they're gonna go. Probably will demolish the car, but they're not underneath the trailer. Everybody understand? All right. Of all the vehicles we have out there, these Packer trucks are the ones you really got to worry about a lot. What's their job? What's their job? Pick up trash. Okay? How do they make money? Picking up trash. It's pretty simple stuff. Okay? So they're going around neighborhoods picking up trash. What happens when the box is full? They pack it. Okay? Remember the old compact trash? So basically, there's a big wall, hydraulically driven, pushes that stuff to the back, squeezes it all down, gives them more space. They go around and pick up more trash. At what point do they stop?
The shift is over.
Yeah, they hope that's what it is. Okay? Somebody says it's full. How do you know it's full? You can't pack anymore. What's your weight going to be? You don't know. Okay? So are they going to be overloaded? Yes, do you think this guy wants to stop what he's doing and go to the dump and come back? That's a round trip he's not getting paid for, okay? So they're gonna pack as much stuff as they possibly can in there. It's unpredictable because it's not square and homogeneous. One side's gonna be loaded heavier than the other, and you don't know what the true weight is, okay? I've run a couple of classes where the local fire department, this is what they give us. And I don't know why, but they're always full, okay? So we have a truck outside for you. You'll probably like it a lot. It's heavy, it's fully packed. Okay, is it a garbage truck? Yes. Oh dear. All right, why? What's the problem with that? I don't know what the weight is. I don't know what that weight is I'm gonna be dealing with. Okay? So if I don't know what the weight is, and it's a pretty big vehicle, what's the standard number I'm gonna stick with? 80. I'm just gonna go 80. Okay? Even though that truck is not gonna run up and down the road at 80, that's what I'm gonna call it, because I don't know that, or, everybody okay with it? Okay? How about if it was empty? How would I know what it weighs? I can Google it. What's another one? Now I'm in a class. I'm walking out and that's my prop. That thing's sitting up on top of the car. You walk over, you start putting struts in, you start to lift, you're doing whatever you're doing. The instructor comes over and says, you guys look like you're pretty busy. I hate to stop you, but what's that truck weigh? I don't know. Guess what we're gonna make you do? Guess what do you think we're gonna make you do?
Take it all down.
You're gonna take it all down. Why?
You don't know if it's what it was.
You don't know that the equipment you have matches up to the load. And I know what you're gonna say is, well, this is something we do all the time. Well, I'm telling you what you're doing is wrong, okay? You have to mate up the weight to the capability of your equipment, okay? For struts, what do you use? What kind of struts do you use? Paratech. Vehicle or collapse?
Vehicle.
What kind of struts do you use?
Same thing.
What do you use in Omar County?
Pressure 42.
Okay, what do you use?
Flaps and,
What do you use?
Mix everything.
Mix of everything? What do you use way in back?
Paratechs and their shorts.
Okay. What's your equipment rated at? When you say Paratechs, what are they rated at? When you say ARTs, what are they rated at? Rescue 42s, junkyard dogs, whatever strut you use that you have, can you tell me what the weight rating is on it right now? You probably can. Should you know it? Yes. How would you determine what it is? You look at it. It's going to tell you right on it that this strut is capable of handling this weight. All right? So Rescue 42s, you want to know what they're rated at?
18,000.
How?
Fully flat.
Fully collapsed and
2 pins.
2 pins.
2 pins and vertical. You start canting them at an angle, that's going to start dropping. So for Rescue 42s, can you run Rescue 42s? Can you use them on that right there? Why not? Why can't you use them on that? Really? How many struts am I going to put in place? It depends on how much the truck weighs. Okay? So you're saying 18,000 like this, suppose I extend them out, that's going to drop that rating, right? That rating is going to be on that strut. It's only what's going to rate it. Okay? So let's say that I'm going to drop the rating down to 8,000 pounds by how I'm going to set them. Can I match it up with that? Absolutely. What's the weight I'm dealing with? You keep adding struts until you match it. Okay? So I run classes where a state trailer doesn't show up. The locals are like, look, all we got are these struts that are made out of Kevlar. Not exactly sure what they're named, but this is all we got. Well, how many do you have? Oh, hell, we got 20 of these. They'll run, they'll work just fine. Okay? Everybody okay with that concept? All right. So, tractor construction, really important because we're going to be lifting these things. I know where we're going to lift from. So what you're looking at basically is old school construction. Cars up until about the mid-'80s were built the same way, frame rails. So basically what you got is a ground ladder, okay? Here's your 2 beams, and there's your rungs, the cross members. It's a very simple type of construction. You can bolt on whatever you want. If anything breaks, you want to bolt that thing and bolt on the new. It's a very heavy type of construction, and it's very, very strong, but in what direction? Front to back. Front to back is true, and vertical, okay? But just like a ground ladder, you can take a ground ladder and lay it flat and do this with it. You can twist it, correct? Okay, and that's how you fail a ground ladder. If you go back and say, okay, I've got the class, the strut, the prop we have is a car shoved underneath this truck, okay? It's shoved up between the rear drive axle and the fuel tank. It's up here laterally. They shove the car up underneath it. Hey, all I gotta do is go back to this frame rail, put a lift right here on one of these rails. I'm just gonna lift right there with an airbag. Okay, everybody cool with that? You lift, what's gonna happen? It's going to twist. Okay? So if you lift them with an airbag, a couple of things will happen. Number one, you start to push it up in this direction, you have a lateral thrust being applied to your airbag. Because as it's twisting in a circle, it's also applying force in a circle, which is lateral. And so if you try to do that, it's going to kick your airbag out. Number two, you're not going to affect any kind of lift because the chassis is just going to rotate. Everybody okay with that? Now you back up. Let's try this again. What would you do? Both sides. Okay? Now as you lift, you get a bag that pops out or a bottle jack that fails or whatever happens, it falls back down to the ground. So what do you have to have in place as well? Redundancy. Okay? Some sort of redundant system so that if your primary system kicks out, your secondary system kicks over. Everybody cool with that? Do you have to have that in all cases? Yes. There's very few rules that set in concrete. That's an absolute. Why do you think? Why do you think you have to have redundancy?
Safety.
For safety. Okay. Well, you know, we never fail stuff. Nothing ever breaks. You know, nothing ever flies out. Every class I've ever taught, something's going to fail. It always does. Okay. So you'd be surprised how often your redundancy kicks into place. And while you saw it because you heard the bang and the thing, whatever you're looking with kicked out, but the rest of the class didn't see it because they heard a noise, looked around, didn't see anything, and went back to work because your redundant system took over, the load didn't drop, and everybody's good. All right? So anytime you're lifting, you lift an inch, you crib an inch. You ever heard of that? We teach that in the basic class. It's the same thing here, except when you're lifting an inch, you're going to crib whatever you lift. Okay? All right, so the tractor by itself is around 18,000 pounds. Now that's just a rule of thumb. Don't hold me to that. When I've had guys in classes come up to me and it's like, look, I Googled a Mack tractor and it weighs 19.5. Yeah, but it's got 3 drive axles on it. It's got a big sleeper on it. Yes, that's true. It's going to be a little bit heavier. But for a tractor by itself, 18. Are you good with that? Are the numbers going to come back? Yes. So here's an example. This is an auto accident we had up in Dunbar County a couple of years ago. I ran this accident, and the truck, I think there was a stoppage of traffic due to a previous accident. Truck ran over top of the car, pushed it into the ditch. Pay attention to the front axle, the steer axle, and the drive axles. Okay, so you have the steer axles where? On the ground. Okay, then you have the drive axles where?
One side of the
In the air. Why are they up in the air? Because the trailer is loaded and it pulled it over. See how it's twisting it like this? Okay. So the car, fortunately, the person in the car was pushed over. They weren't wearing a seatbelt. They got out the other side. They crawled out the window. They were fine. No injuries whatsoever. Very lucky. Everything was cool. Nobody injured. We went back to the building. As I'm backing the rescue truck out into the building, we get punched for entrapment at the same location. Wow, how did that happen? We go back up there, and the state trooper asked the driver if she needed to go back and get her driver's license and the bill of lading and all that stuff, all the paperwork for the truck. She got into the truck, the door slammed shut, and guess what happened? Couldn't get out, okay? Because of the twisting, the torque that's on the frame, which is being applied to the cab. I don't know how she got the door open in the first place, but she did. Got in and got out. And now you're thinking, well, why didn't she just crawl out the window? Because she was too big to crawl out the window. Okay, we basically had to go up there, and it was an easy extrication for us. But you're probably thinking, well, you just go pop the door. This is what you do on cars. You're not popping the doors on these trucks. Okay, that's not happening. We'll get into that later. All right. So this is a truck we had rolled over, which is going to identify lift points. So you need to lift this thing. Let's say it's either a straight truck or it's a tractor trailer, either way, it doesn't matter. You want to lift. So what do you want to lift with, and where do you want to lift from? And this is class participation time.
Probably airbags.
So airbags, okay,
Frame.
and the frame. Well, tell me where the frame is. Where do you see the frame? Between the cab and the tandems? Where? Because I don't see frame. What do you see? You're seeing something I don't. You're seeing space where?
Between where you're talking.
Okay, well, I'm looking for frame rails, because you have to lift by the frame rails. Well, I can lift by that. What is that? That's a fuel tank. Can you lift from it? No. Is everybody okay with that? I've had people in classes say, well, you can lift by the fuel tanks all day long. What are you,
Tandems.
Huh?
Tandems,
what about them?
lift from them,
They're what?
lift from the tandems
Really, where?
around the whole wheel,
The whole wheel, how do you do that?
sling.
You gonna swing it on the side like this? How you gonna get over top of it and lift it? What are you gonna use? What kind of rescue truck you running? What kind of equipment you got on it? We don't have records.
Rotator.
You don't have records. How you gonna lift it? Because you're not lifting it, the wrecker is. They're not here. You don't have records yet. How you gonna lift this truck? You're looking underneath of it. You see what I'm saying? How about that? Can you lift from that?
What is it?
Oh, you tell me, what is it?
See?
That's the battery box, okay? That's where the steps are. That's the APU. These are the fuel tanks. That's the exhaust system. These are air tanks. You see all the stuff that's in your way? What do you do about that? Cut it, or it's easier if you do something else. You don't bolt it. How hard is that? Okay? All this stuff is bolted on those frame rails. Now you're thinking, well, gee, we don't have the impact wrench on a rescue truck. If there's a wrecker there, he's got all that equipment to use. Got socket sets.
You said he wasn't there yet.
Huh?
You said he wasn't there yet.
He's not there to lift, but you carry impact wrenches, you carry socket sets, you have that kind of equipment, okay? Because if you're gonna cut stuff like that, you're getting into metal that is pretty thick, okay? And while the Sawzall will cut it, it's gonna take a very long time to cut. There's a difference between plate metal and sheet metal. What's that? Plate metal is thickness, okay? Plate metal is you can't bend it with your hand. Sheet metal you can. They don't attach this stuff with sheet metal, it's plate metal. It's gonna take you a very long time to do that. Just unbolt it. It's very simple, okay? In a class, I prefer if you unbolt it. Because once you're finished, what do? You bolt it back on, then the next screw comes over and works on it, okay? So all this stuff that you see, you can get rid of, okay? Let's talk about back here. Suppose that this truck is sitting on its wheels, and we have a car right here where the fuel tanks are, just in this area, it's underneath of the truck. Where can you lift back here? Those are the tandem, where can you lift?
Center of the tandem?
The center of the tandem, which is the pumpkin, the drive, you can, but you start to push up, the truck pushes over on one side. You're thinking it's gonna go straight up in the air, but it won't. Because what?
On the frame rail?
That's desirable, but he wants to lift off the axle. He wants to go to this differential, this is called pumpkin, he wants to lift right there, or right there. He tries to push up, the truck just leans over. Doesn't go up in here. Why?
They're different.
Because it's not homogeneous left and right. There's one side's a little bit heavier than the other. It's a single point lift, and you really have no control over what it does, okay? You want it to go this way, it goes that way. Not saying that that's absolutely wrong, but that's very, very difficult lift to accomplish, okay? What else could you do?
Go underneath the tandem, where it connects to the frame.
So you're talking here, suspension components,
Yes.
okay? So you could do that, but you guys pick airbags. I think you'll find in this class, airbags, you're not gonna use them at all. What are you talking about? Airbags will lift that truck with no problem. Everybody okay with high pressure airbags, how they work? Somebody explain it to me. I'm having a hard time understanding.
They inflate surface area decreases,
Okay, so,
and they become weaker.
so I've got a bag that's square, and I put air into it, and it pushes up like this, okay? And let's say I've got, this bag is rated at 10 ton. How much can it push up? 10 tons for 1,000 pounds. And how far can it lift it? 1 inch, okay, good. But you also have to have something else along with that. The entire bag has to be in contact with what? Like, will that? Where are you gonna do that on that? Okay.
Rescue jack.
Hmm?
Wrap the frame with a chain and use rescue jack.
Maybe.
Bottom decks,
Bottom jacks work well. What's the problem with bottom jacks?
slow.
What's wrong with that?
All diameter.
What's wrong with slow?
There's nothing wrong with slow. Going slow, you just.
Slow is this class. Okay, this is one thing I have to do. When I say me, I talk about all instructors. We're constantly reeling everybody back. You're so used to basic vehicle rescue and things going fast. Okay, I want to remove this door in under 30 seconds. Fine. Not here. And I want to lift this car in 2 minutes. Not here. Okay, everything has to be very, very slow, calculated, and lifting slowly, watching slowly, listening slowly, everything very, very, very slow. Am I cool with that? If you don't, this is where we're going to have to without a doubt. Okay? So, yeah, I like that. That's a very desirable thing about bottle jacks is they are very slow, and I really like that a lot. I really do.
Aren't they easy to pivot off of them?
Pardon me?
Isn't it easy to pivot off the weight?
Pivot off, what do you mean?
With bottle jack is the one weight
No.
transfer that.
How wide's the frame rail? It's 3
4
inches wide. How wide is a bottle jack where it lifts? 2 inches wide, okay? You take your massive airbag, one of the big ones, a 70-ton guy, you slide underneath a frame rail, you'd be lucky to pick up 6,000 or 7,000 pounds with it. If I understand why? Because the rest of your bag is not doing anything. Only that little sliver of that 3-inch wide frame rail, okay? Put a bottle jack in, this thing's rated at 20 tons, how much surface area do you need? Just the 2 inches, which is perfect for a frame rail. Or you lift off of one or both? Both. And when you're lifting, what's really important about making that lift square, level
At the same time.
at the same time. Everybody cool with that? Or maybe bring one side of it up so it is level and then lift. Everybody get it? Okay. All right, so yeah, there's a lot of different ways of lifting this, and this is what this class is about, and this is what you're gonna learn in the next 2 days. But airbags, for the most part, people bring them out very early because this is what you're used to lifting with. Because you're lifting an automobile, which weighs how much? $5,000 is a big SUV. 3,500 standard for an automobile. 2,800 for a smart car. Okay. Do you have to know weights? Yes. In this class, graduate level, you are now learning why weight is so very important to know. You have to be able to look at an object and determine how much it weighs in close approximation to your equipment. And you can't say that's 80 grand every time, because then you look at your equipment, it's like, well, it's not going to match up to 80,000 pounds. Whoops. So you have to be pretty spot on to your weight. But you're going to learn that here, yeah.
So what would the downfall of the bottle jack be?
What's the downfall of it? As one of the guys in my volunteer department told me, they are old, they are fat, and they're slow like me. So what's the downside of them? They are kind of heavy. They require vertical space. They can't be laid on the side or at an angle. They have to lift square to the ground. But they are slow, and you get total performance at 2 inches. That's pretty damn cool. Okay. My volunteer department, they wanted to take all the bottle jacks off all the equipment because, again, as one guy told me, they're old, they're slow, they're fat and heavy like you. I said, okay, that's fine. Tell you what, go outside and pick the squad truck up off the ground. Look, just get it 1 inch off the ground, and I will take the bottle jacks. All right. They can't do it. They've tried a lot of different ways. They can't do it. They can't pick it up off the ground. Not all the way around. A lot of reasons for that. We'll get into that later. But we use bottle jacks a lot. We use them in this class a lot. Okay. I bring bottle jacks with me because we don't have enough on the trailer. But airbags, I don't see them used in this class. Not going to happen. Not to say you can't get across, come across a situation where we need to move something sideways. We'll drop an airbag in here and do that. But for the most part, the airbags are you just don't see them here. All right. Okay, here's an example. This is a class we were doing in Richmond, I believe, and we had a truck again parked on top of the car. It's called an override. And how much weight is on that front axle? That's a rule of thumb. If you went by just the axle, weight and rating is 20 grand. More realistic is 12. So that's 12,000. So if we lift on either side, how much lift do I have to perform on each side? 6. Okay. Now the angle comes into play later. We'll talk about that, but for right now, we'll let it go. So all I have to do is affect some sort of lift. You got to get into the frame rails because you're going to be underneath of it. And that's what you do as a fire service is you're always underneath of a load pushing up. You can't get over top of it and pick it up because you don't have anything that can do that. And yes, I've seen, rescue trucks, they put cranes on them and yada, yada, yada. No, they don't pick up anything, okay? They can barely pick up a smart car. Yeah, so what they're doing here is, and for the guys in the next room, I'm pointing at the crib stack. Okay, now, this is an old photo. This is what I'm gonna get rid of because we're using 4-point. Now we're using 9-point. We'll talk about that later. So there's a solid base. They've got an airbag here. They're gonna increase the surface area of the airbag by putting these blocks in. And then they're gonna basically take up the space in here with wood and they're gonna affect the lift. But before they could get in there and do this, what did they have to do? What's normally here? A saddle tank. How did they get rid of that? Bolted it and away it went, okay? Somebody said something about the automobile and doing what to it? Captain suspension system, which made absolutely no sense because that's what they did. Why does it make any sense here? Because there's no tires in that car, it's already sitting on the ground, it won't go anywhere. I see that? Okay, so somebody knew that concept. Basically what you're looking at is, I only want to lift the truck a couple of inches. Everybody okay with that? Why?
Sometimes it's all you need.
That's all I need. A couple of inches and then I slide whatever is underneath of it out. That's the concept we're promoting these days, all right? Pick it up, pull it out. If I lift this up and there's tires on this car, what's the car gonna do? It's gonna raise up, okay? Small car like this, 8 inches of suspension travel. How many resets is that gonna be with 4-inch cribbing blocks? That's 3 resets. That's 3 times you gotta stop, transfer your load over to your redundancy, build the crib towers up, go back to what you were doing. That's a lot of time. If all I have to do is go from the top of the wheel over the car down to the other top, and we're using a 2 or 3 inch wide ratchet strap, and I ratchet it down to hold it, how much do I have to lift? A couple of inches, that's it. Okay, so that's a concept. Those folks saw that, but there was really no reason to do it because it's sitting on the ground regardless of what you do. There's no tires on it. Okay. All right. Conventional tractor, this is what you used to see running down the road a lot. You don't really see them looking like this too much. You see a lot of things on the outside of the truck. Air cleaner, exhaust stack, big mirrors. Not really designed to cut through the wind very well, so it's not very fuel efficient. But all that stuff you see on that truck is very easy to cut through with the Sawzall. Most of it you can just take a hammer and whack, like the fiberglass that's on top of it. You can get that out of your way, okay? But your conventional tractor, the engine sets in forward of the driver over top of the steer axle. Steer axle's out in front of you. It's a longer vehicle, it's a better ride, so it's what we call a coastal truck, goes from coast to coast. And they'll have a lot of fairings for aerodynamics. All that stuff is easily gotten rid of, it's not a big deal, okay? Your COE, which is your cab over engine, you don't see these very much. There was a push to make them come back, but that's kind of died now. What do you think is an advantage of this type of truck right here? Wheelbase is short, so better turn, yes. If you're in an urban environment, yes. What else? Pardon me?
Longer overall length of your trailers.
Yes, you could, yeah, but it's still restricted to 53 feet. But you could, yeah. If they made longer trailers to 53. That's kind of the thought that was going around for a while. So anyway, if you're running across one of these, the driver is sitting over top of the steer axle. He's sitting over top of the engine, so he's way up in the air. The HVAC system sits on the roof. The coolant lines from the radiator go through the A-pillars. It's hinged in the front and connected in the back, so you can disconnect and lean the whole cab over forward. But it is way up in the air. You don't see too many of these because truckers don't like them because they're very hard to climb up into and because the ride is really, really rough. You ever drive one of these down the interstate and you hit those bridge expansion joints, the front jumps up and down, and it's just not a fun truck to drive. But you see them around for urban use. Okay. This is how they perform in an accident. So on the left is your cab over, and you don't have much protection. Okay, let me back up. You don't have any protection in front of you. All right. The one on the right, he ran into the back of a trailer, stopped in front of him, and kind of crushed his front end. Where did the engine go?
Looks like, yeah.
It did go down, it's on the ground. It's supposed to do that by design. Why? If you want to save the engine and transmission. When these things are involved in an accident, the only thing of value is the axles, the engine, and the transmission. A diesel engine's $100,000. Okay? So it's designed to self-protect. The problem with it is it goes on the ground, you got 30 gallons of hot oil on the ground. Okay? But look at the cab. The cab is pretty much intact. They don't design them for safety, but they're intact.
How does it collapse onto the ground? Motor mounts?
Motor mounts break off and they push down. About cabs, since we're talking about it. Struts, you want to pick the truck up. So you strut the cab. All right, is that a good idea or bad? I hear some bad, don't hear any good. No goods, no anything. Okay, come back to it. All right, sleeper cab, which is basically that big house that sits behind the tractor cab proper, is where folks will sleep at night. As long as that truck is moving, it's making money. So big trucking outfits will sometimes put two drivers on them, one guy's sleeping, one guy's driving. They also, a lot of these are privately owned, and so you may take your whole family with you. So while the wife is driving during the daytime, the husband could be at the back homeschooling the kids, okay? I saw one that had a hot tub in the back, which everybody laughs at, but when I was talking to the driver and asked him about that, he said, look, I played high school football, I got a bad back. He said, 8 hours in this truck, and man, that's all I can do. If I get in the hot tub for 15 minutes, it loosens me up and I can go on for another 3 hours. Okay, so there's some validity in having stuff like that. Anytime you have a sleeper, of course, you want to check to make sure that somebody's back there. And don't ever think there's only one person on these trucks. All right. So aerodynamics, remember the earlier truck? What type of truck is this? Conventional cab over engine?
Conventional.
That's conventional, okay? So where did all that stuff go? Where did the air cleaner, where did the mufflers, where did everything go? It's all hidden behind the fairings, okay? So you want to make these things look like a bullet as much as possible. So they put the plastic and, cover with fiberglass and everything's hidden, but it also makes the truck kind of large. And you get overwhelmed by it. If you have a truck laying on the side, you decide all you want to do is cut the roof out to get to the driver, you can knock that stuff out very easily, okay? You can unbolt it or just cut it out of your way or just take a hammer and hit it and it's going to get out of your way. All right, now, I taught vehicle education classes back in the 70s, work with me for a second, but the way we used to teach those classes to remove the windshield, we didn't cut them, we just removed them. There was a rubber gasket and then there was an aluminum fairing over top of it, okay? You take a screwdriver, pop the fairing, pull it off, you cut the rubber gasket, pull that out, the whole windshield came out. All right, and you just took that slit underneath the car and your windshield's gone. Very, very fast, easy evolution. We didn't cut windshields back then. Now we do because everything's glued in place, all right? Well, trucks, they haven't gone away from that. This is by far the best and easiest way to get inside of a truck. All you have to do is go over to a corner, cut that rubber gasket, grab one end, pull it. The glass will fall out, put it underneath of the vehicle, and you're in. Okay? That gets you inside the truck, but to pull the driver out that way is an exercise in futility. It's very, very difficult to do that. Okay? Because typically what you'll be doing is some sort of immobilization, or the trucker may be huge, or there's a lot of reasons that it doesn't work too well. But at least it gets you inside the truck pretty rapidly. Okay? Doors are very difficult to force. Why is that? Okay? If you're looking at an automobile is rather round if you look at it from the ends. Okay? So the roof is inside of the doors, and the doors themselves are somewhat round. All that's done to make it look like a tube, basically for front end collisions. Okay? So if you take a hydraulic tool, go through the window and vertically apply force, the door will push out away from the car. It's called a vertical crush. Everybody knows that. It's pretty simple. You can't do that on these vehicles. Okay? This door, again, very heavy construction because
It has to last.
Huh?
It has to last.
It has to last, and it's frame rail construction. What's that got to do with the cab? The frame rail is doing this. Doing this all the time. What's it doing to the cab? Kind of the same stuff, so you have to stiffen up the cab a lot. The door's gonna be thick, the door is flat, and it sits inside the frame. See that all the way around, okay? Why is the door handle down here? Why is it at the bottom?
In the tall cabs.
Because you have to reach up to pull it, because you gotta climb up in there, okay? So now you wanna take your hydraulic tool and go over here and work on this door, all right? Number one, hydraulic tool is gonna be here or above. That's not good, all right? They're heavy, and your body mechanics are just not gonna work well with that. So you build a platform up, and now you're standing on it, now you're working on the door, okay? Where do you wanna get a purchase point? Where? What?
Above the handle,
Right here?
in that area.
Okay. Again, what's the door designed for? Lasts a very long time, very thick, sits inside this frame. It doesn't bend. It doesn't do much of anything. Okay. So
So is the door the only part that's heavy duty right there, is the whole rest of the cab?
everything is. Yeah, we'll get in more of the cab later. The only thing that's really not much of anything is the roof. So, show you a picture here. Let's get away from that for a second. We'll come back to it. But this is a class I was doing down in Danville, and a group came to me and said, "Well, we just don't think what you're saying about this door is correctly." One guy said, "I drive dump trucks and blah blah blah." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." Knock stuff out. Okay. This is about 15 minutes into this evolution. All right. A lot of time was spent. They built a platform up. So they put down some crib towers, put a 24-foot ground ladder on it, flipped it over, put a backboard on it, and that's what they're working off of. And that's certainly a way you can do this. You can stand up there. Okay. That's a 75-pound Hurst spreader tool, it's model 32B. And where is he trying to force? Okay, right there at the handle where everybody talked about. You see the Halligan? What was that doing? Huh? Well, he tried to do something with it. What's that? He's trying to get a purchase point. Okay, so let's back up for a second. All right. On this particular manufacturer, their door has a bead that goes around. You can barely see it on the bottom, and it runs up that way. Okay. You notice that these hinges, this is called piano hinges, are recessed, and this door is flat. It is not round, and it's basically sitting inside of a frame. So if you've taken a forcible entry class, what's the fundamental rule about forcible entry? Besides try before you fly. What's that? You have to get behind the door and push it out of the frame, right? That right there will work on an automobile because 12,500 pounds of force, when it's down from the tips, is what that tool will produce, and sheet metal will bend. That ain't sheet metal, it's plate metal. What's the difference between sheet and plate? Sheet you can bend with your hand. Plate you can not bend with your hand. Everybody see that? So that's an exercise of futility, all right? I've got another picture. It's in another set of slides. We won't see it today, but after 30 minutes, that group, which was 4 students, they were on the ground, their coats were open, the tool was laying there, and the door looks like that. Everybody understand that? So again, like I started the class off, when we start talking about truck rescue, vehicle technician, to apply basic vehicle techniques to what you're doing with trucks, that don't work. Not gonna work here, okay?
So how do you get that door?
Do you want to? If I was gonna get somebody out of that cab, how would I do it? I probably am not gonna go through the doors if they don't open. Most of the time they open just fine. Why? Why? Huh? Well, through the roof is what I'm trying to get to, but why come the doors work all the time? They don't really pop the doors, why?
Because they're so rigidly built.
Because they're so damn strong. They don't really, you don't see all that compaction in a cab that you do with an automobile. So really, it's not one of those things you're gonna go up, it's like, oh my God, the door's crushed, you gotta get the door off here. You just don't see it. If I did see it and I was thinking, we need to get in here through this door right here, I'm more inclined to go through the roof, because that's a whole lot faster and easier. How will I get people into the cab? Take the windshield out, put somebody in that way. That's very fast. Okay. All right, cab roof, like I was talking about, is pretty thin. The cab rear. Well, let's go through here. This is sheet metal, right? But take a look. Notice how this sheet metal is formed. You see that? Why? It's very rigid for what reason?
It lasts a long time.
It lasts a long time because what's the chassis doing all the time? This, and what's that designed to do? Not twist, because I'd like to be able to get in and out of the truck anytime I want to, and not worried about the truck being in a bind. Okay? So this whole area back here is basically thick, it's very thick, and it's also formed. It's very, very strong. I've had some folks say, well, it's designed basically so if the load shifts this way, If the load comes off that trailer and starts coming this way, what do you think the cab does? It comes off the chassis. Okay, by design, the whole cab will just pop off. Okay, so you may pull up to a truck accident, and here is a big mess over here, and over here is the cab, which is where your driver's going to be. That happens. Okay, how do you get through that? Take the window out. Then what? And how do I take that window out? Full rubber gasket comes out. Then what? Sawzall. Okay. What's behind here? What's behind here? The seats. What's behind there?
Maybe console or electronics.
Yeah. So you got stuff behind it. So what I'm trying to show you is that ain't the way to go. All right. Don't go that way. Don't go in from the sides. Come in from the windshield, and if you really need to, go through the roof. How often are we getting on top of roofs and cutting a hole and pulling people out vertically? We don't. Because 99% of the time, the door is open, get them out that way. You're looking at this when it's laying on its side. And that by far is the easiest way to get into where they are if they're on the side. Think about it for a second. On most of these accidents, if the trucker is able to get out, will they get out? Absolutely. Okay? They don't suffer from all-state-itis like people in automobiles do. If they're in an accident, they're going to get out. If they can't, I've only seen one person that was inside of a truck that we actually had to do an extrication on because he said his neck hurt. One. Okay, everybody else is going to get out if they can. If they're not, they're in their pen and they've got a problem. Yeah.
Now, is the roof always gonna be thin metal, or could it be same construction as the rest of the cab?
No, there's no reason for it to be that way. A lot of these are fiberglass. This one's fiberglass. Okay. Why? Notice it's white. What's the purpose? It lets light in, which they like that. Okay, so this is always going to be pretty thin. There's no reason for it to have anything else other than that. All right, we'll take a break here in just a second. Let's go through compressed air system. So the way these large trucks, we're talking about Class A trucks, that they operate is they use air pressure. So if you drive a fire truck, you know how this works. Air compressor basically powers the seat, air horns, the brakes, a lot of different functions, because it's just easier and more efficient and lighter than a lot of other things with electric motors or whatnot. Okay, the system typically operates at 120 psi. Below 100, things happen. So let's take a look at the thermometer here. Okay, this is 120 psi, and this is 0. Right, with us? We're talking about the air pressure system on your fire truck, which is a Class 8 truck. Okay, 120 maximum. It's called cutout pressure because that's where the compressor will stop working. Right, with that? Drop down to 100. That's called cut-in pressure. Okay, that's where the compressor, once it sees 100, will cut in and build the pressure back up. So there's a fluctuation from 100 to 120. Everything works in this thermometer. Am I okay with that? Now below that, what happens? Okay, between 100 and 60.
Alarm.
Hmm?
Alarm go off.
No. 160, what happens? Especially with fire trucks. Anybody ever been driving a fire truck where you have somebody sitting right beside you that is really getting down on the air horn a little bit too much, especially when you're pulling out of the tarmac from the station? Maybe the pressure you started out was 100 and they start hitting the air horn a lot. And next thing you know, you're pulling out and they say the air horn quit working. And you notice that your air ride seat is starting to sink down. Why?
They're trying to conserve air for the brake system.
So basically between 100 and 60, the system is going to recognize that as, hey, this is starting to go out pressure. I'm going to shed things that are not essential, like your air horns are not going to work anymore. Your air operated windshield wipers don't work anymore. Your air seat, all stuff is working. All right, as soon as you go back to 100, car goes back to work again. No big deal. No alarms, nothing. It's just going to shed stuff that's not essential. Now at 60 PSI, what happens?
Alarm.
An alarm. What does that mean? What type of alarm? It's a audible and it's a visual. So you get a red light and you get the alarm going off that says low air pressure. Okay? Can you still drive the truck?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
Still building air as you're driving.
So I've driven trucks in the past where you pull out on the tarmac, somebody's blowing the air horn too much, and you need to lay off a little bit. Don't tell me what to do. I get into that. And they keep hitting it, then it gets down to 60. Now, as long as you drive with some common sense, you're okay. But let's say you start to hit, red lights or stop signs. And every time you hit anything, you're trying to slow down, you're robbing more air pressure. Okay? And the alarm is telling you, hey, look, this is below 60. I'll still give you braking action, but for right now, you need to know about this. Okay? Everybody cool with that? It's just an alarm, and it just means be careful what you're doing. Stop hitting the braking action so much. Slow down. All right? You start to drop below that. Okay? Somewhere between 40 and 20, somewhere in there. What's going to happen? Which brakes? Air brakes. Which brakes? Which axles? I'm not sure how to react to parking brake. Let me come back to that in a second, okay? Which?
Drive axles,
All of them?
rear.
Whichever axles have spring brakes on them, okay? So you may have a tractor that goes on a tractor trailer, and if you go back and look at the brakes on them, they may have spring brakes on one axle. They may have spring brakes on both drive axles. There will never be spring brakes on the steer axle, no matter what. No spring brakes. Now, what am I talking about when I say spring brakes?
Spring applied, air release.
All right, because now your air pressure dropped down to the point where, very dangerous, don't have enough air pressure for braking, and the truck will automatically brake for you. There's a spring that's being held back by pressure, and it's going to stop the truck. Are you cool with that? Okay, somewhere between 40 and 20, somewhere in that range. All right, why not the steer axle? Why don't they lock that up?
So that they don't apply at the same rate, you're not gonna turn without control.
Right, so I always want to be able to, let's say something happens to the air pressure system on the truck, the line gets yanked off, I lose my air pressure, I want to be able to steer away from the tree. Okay? If the steer axle locks, I got no steering, I'm going to go hit whatever's nearby. Everybody cool with that? Okay? Why in the world is any of this stuff important for a class? Because right now you're burning up my time, I want to go outside and start working on those vehicles out there, those props those guys are working on right now. You have got to know this stuff right here. In a class, more important than in the field. Why?
Prevent any mistakes from happening out the field.
From what?
Prevent any mistakes from happening out the field.
Okay, mistakes. Okay.
So if we use any of these systems, we're aware of the hazard, if we're trying to lift anything, we're aware that the brakes may come undone or may lock themselves out.
Okay. So for the folks in the class next door, you're awake. I'm holding up a 3-axle truck. It's a cement mixer. And in the front, this is called the, what axle? Steer axle. Good. And back here we have the drive axles. Let's say we set a prop up, we do this, where we pick up the back end of the truck and shove a car up underneath the here. That's called an underride situation. All right? And you're looking at it's on flat ground, everything is cool, everything's stable. You come in and decide, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build a lift system with redundancy that picks this truck up 1 inch, we slide the car out. All right? As soon as you pick the truck up off the car, what's the truck going to have a tendency to want to do?
Roll forward.
It's going to roll away. Why?
Because those aren't drive axles.
These always roll, always. Okay? These, when there's no air pressure, if there's brake liner in it, will not roll with no air pressure. They lock up. Am I cool with that? Okay? So when we sick you on the problems out there, what's one thing they're going to require you to do as you're evaluating your problem?
Top wheel. Top wheel.
For that, you're evaluating the problem. We give you a station, here's what you got to work with. go take a look at it. It's one thing you're gonna go take a look at.
Brakes are engaged.
You wanna see what the brakes are on your large truck, okay? Let's say that all the weight's sitting on the steer axle and the rest of the weight's being supported by the car. When you pick the truck up off the car, what's that thing gonna do? It's gonna roll away. Am I cool with that? So you have to do what now? Jack the wheels. Okay, and we'll talk about that later, because just sticking a 4x4 block underneath the wheel doesn't do much of anything. All right? So we have to do something about that. Okay? Can the back wheels still roll? The drive axle, can they always roll? Unless something's been done, typically they won't, because there's no air pressure on them, and typically they lock up and they're not going anywhere. Am I cool with that? But how do we get those trucks in here? What do you think we did to get those trucks into this lot over here?
Cage race.
We didn't do that. Who did that? The tow truck brought them in here. In order to do that, they have to override that automatic braking system on that fail-safe system. It's called caging the brakes. A lot of times they keep those pins in, okay? Which we'll show you again. This is what this means. This is what you have to be very careful about. Yada, yada, yada. We're not teaching how to do this. It's really silly for firefighters to think they can go cage brakes. You ask any record operator or any mechanic what they think about caging brakes, they'll tell you very quickly that I don't like it. It's very dangerous. I'm taking away the safeties. I'm gonna need to load, you can roll away and crush me. It's just not a good thing. We don't like it. And, you know, for firefighters, we don't want you doing it all because you may get to do one in a lifetime. The record operator, he's doing it 4 or 5 times a week. Like, all that. Okay. Do you have to evaluate the brake systems on all your large trucks and buses? Yes. Okay. If you run in there and start getting equipment, and start doing anything, and I walk over as an instructor, what is that big object right there weigh? I don't know. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna call the group together. It's like you can put your tools down and you reel it back a little bit, because this is exactly what I told you about in class you don't do. You don't sick them until you evaluate the prop. So how much does that thing weigh? Well, we don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay? What's the other thing I'm gonna ask you?
Condition of the brake.
What's the condition of the brakes? And if you say, I don't know, guess what happens? Gotta put your stuff down and go evaluate the brakes on that truck. Okay? Is it important in a class? It's extremely important in a class. It's not a information thing, it's a safety thing. Now, I know what the condition of the vehicles are, but you need to know. Everybody cool with that? All right. Let's take a, we've been going at it for a while. Let's take a 15-minute break. Come back at 10 o'clock, right? So stay apart, wear your masks, and don't mingle in large groups.
What did you die with other? You don't follow the election at all?
I did all night.
Trump just lost in Michigan. Which puts Biden, if it stays the way it is now, Biden gets 270, it's not 267, so Biden wins. Right now, it's 95% in Michigan, Trump has 49.1, Biden has 49.4. 20,000, less than 20,000 votes to decide the election.
How's the House and Senate?
What's that?
How's the House and Senate?
I haven't even looked at that. I think, so right now, Republicans have the Senate, and I think the House was confirmed last night that the Democratic Party got that. I think. What's that? Michigan super close. That's like,
That's what 95%.
yeah. Arizona? Yeah. Yeah. Biden took Arizona. What's that? According to the Associated Press, they called Arizona.
Yeah, I'm talking about whoever I'm in the same room with, I'm like, bro, the alarm's going off for 5, you
It's got
get up with
about 100,000 left. 84% of Biden's got this.
Yeah, fuck that. That's what I was saying, I came off shift at 6 a.m. and drove straight here, and I kept myself all fucking night.
So I don't work for a supervision department.
We had a huge fire yesterday. Massive one. See if I got it on. Look at this. We couldn't see it. We drove into the street. Oh, shit. Hospital. All this one. Yeah, that was around there. You can't see that now. We had, we ended up having, by the end of that, special engine one, we had our engine one, we had my engine, we had engine 6, engine 7, engine 2, engine 10, ladder 10, ladder rescue one. We were all out there, and people were power up. It went like shit at first, and then it started going really well. And every time you think you got fire knocked down, up there, that roof cable on that Cape Cod house, every time it started getting, like, seemed like it was quieting down, all of a sudden flames started getting back out there and like right back up. It was hours. And then they wanted to keep us up all night for medical shit. Like, thanks, man.
Not that good, though, I'll tell you that. I started meditation all day. The black water in at 6 p.m. I was so confused, I got something nice. I was busy all day yesterday. It was the wind, there was crazy, there were like.
I'm surprised we didn't really anybody election wise. I'm in downtown, so I'm really surprised we didn't.
Maybe certain Spotify or 117.
That ought to help. That'll really change how the election is coming. I'm over here bobbing.
Probably the way down. That's the way. Hey, long drive.
Oh, it's on the page, you're talking about the elections. The lady who owns that house, we found out what she was saying was true. She was on hold with dispatch for 20 minutes because somebody was threatening to bomb one of the poll stations. So everything was like on hold through dispatch. So her house was
It's on fire.
just on fire for 20 minutes before anybody got it. Yeah. It started off as a sparking outlet in her garage, and it could have been stopped right there.
Okay.
Yeah. She'll probably get a free house. I know it can't be helped, but they say it. Call 911.
We'll get on this as a rapid fire slide. You got all? All right, good. Now, like I was saying earlier, when we first started this program, we had very little institutional knowledge. With heavy trucks, I've done, and once we started teaching this class, we broke a lot of stuff. That's when we discovered that airbags have a shelf life. 20 years old on a decent trailer, and you pick up a car, big deal. Pick up a truck, they blow up. Struts are now out, the collapsed struts, and Paratech's doing a lot of innovation with those right now. And the multi-stage airbags, a lot of technology out right now that really helps us a lot, but nothing beats a good record and a good operator goes with it. Without a doubt. That I don't think you'll see these days coming up. Anybody using records in your area? Yeah. So that's amazing, because we started in 05, fire departments were adamant about not doing it at all. Was not working with records.
It definitely depends on if they're available or where you are.
Yeah, that's the problem is, once you work with them and they're awesome on a lot of levels, and you totally depend upon them, but you call for them and that record's out of service, that record's out of state. You're under a bridge, you're off the road, the ground's too soft. You get in all these issues.
The trip.
Yeah, I know about it.
So are those records capable, are those gonna be the ones that we call, or?
Well, what you have to do, I don't want to, spend a lot of time on this, but you have to set up some sort of program now before your accident, okay? Because I can tell you right now, if you don't have a program in place and you show up at your fire rescue and you're doing an extrication, this guy shows up in his record, you don't know what that thing can do, you don't know what that guy can do, and you put a lot of trust into something that is maybe good, maybe bad, and you won't do it, and you shouldn't do it. So you just go about your business, do your thing, and everything reverts back to the way it used to be. If you start working with them now, you get some sort of system with them in terms of how we contact them, who we're going to use, because not all record companies are 100%, nor not every fire department is 100%. You know, everybody has, you know, somewhere on a scale where you are, and you try to work with companies that work well with you, that have good operators, take care of their equipment, can respond in a timely manner and all that. And you just don't use companies like Lethal Record, which we have in our area. We don't use those guys because they're a bunch of nimrods. You know, the reason they're called lethal is they killed somebody on call once, and that's their name, not ours. So we don't use them at all. And when we bring the record out and I do that lecture, I'll tell you a lot more about how to build all that and do that. But you don't start on a call, never. Don't do that. You don't know the deal. Got my question right there?
No.
Okay.
Just wait for my guy to get back.
Okay. I think most of all of that. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, in classes, I teach all over Virginia, and I've had classes in areas where they bring an outfit in, and I'll go have a conversation with the operator. You know, nothing technical, nothing, you know, put them on the spot, but I want to know if they know what they're doing. I got to build that bond of trust with somebody I don't know. You got to do it pretty quick to get a class going. And there have been places where I just told the operator, I really appreciate you bringing the truck out. You can just set it there, I want to talk about it for 2 minutes, and then you're good to go. Well, they told me I was going to be out here all day. Yeah, I know, but honestly, that's all we need. And we send him on about his business, and we just don't use the record, because that guy has shown me that he doesn't know what he's doing. And I've done classes like that. Yes. I don't take their record over and operate it. I'm very capable of doing that, but it's his piece of machinery, not mine, so I won't do that. All right, any other questions about anything? Okay. Like everything else, every class we teach, the classroom always starts off kind of slow and it starts building. And then, you know, towards the end, it's like, man, this is getting really good. And then all of a sudden it's lunchtime. All right, so this is a front brake. You're looking at, it's called a pancake. This black thing is the airline. What's the pressure going to be? 100, 120. Comes in here. When the driver steps on the brake, air comes down here, enters this chamber, pushes down on the diaphragm, pushes that rod out, rotates this, and it activates it on this one that's got drum brakes. And that's how the brake works. When he takes his foot off, there's a small spring behind it, pushes it back out, and that's it. When the air pressure's gone, that's it. It doesn't brake at all. Okay? That's on your front. It could be on other axles as well, but definitely on the front. Again, you have to evaluate your truck and, you know, the axles and everything. Area that pushes out here and pulling it. So you basically take the 1-inch ratchet strap, attach it here, attach it somewhere else, ratchet. It pulls the piston out and it locks your brake. We don't teach that anymore. I don't know why. How do you know for a fact it's got brakes in it in the first place? Okay, it's got brake liner in it. So we had a class, I think it was, I forget where I was teaching it, and they locked the brakes out and the wheels are still able to roll. So we quit teaching that. You're putting your trust into a system that may not work, so that's what I don't like. All right, this is your spring brake, and basically it's your standard pancake, has another chamber in front of it. So you have 2 chambers, and this top chamber has got this spring that you can see up here. When it's activated by air, it pushes that spring back and locks it out. It's not going to do anything, and this brake it works normally. When the air pressure drops, again down below 40, that spring is no longer held back, and it will push down and lock that axle, and that's the way it's going to be. Okay. You may have a truck that runs into a bridge pylon, and the driver is somewhere in the wreckage, and you want to pull that truck back. You have to override those brakes to do that. That's called caging, and that's done by, again, the regular operators. Okay. That spring is compressed to 1,500 psi, and it's extremely dangerous. Okay. The only thing that's holding this whole contraption together is that little aluminum band that you see around that brake chamber, that thing right there. And if that's been damaged in an accident, there's nothing that says that thing can't come out and tag you. Okay? If the truck catches on fire and it's involving the drive axles, get the hell away from it because again, it's aluminum and aluminum melts pretty low temperature. So those springs are going to come flying out of that truck. Wedge wheels are on older vehicles. You don't find them on modern vehicles. The way they work is you basically run a nut down on your front, which is your top picture here. You can take those off and pull the wheel off. That may be an option to get into where a car is, okay? So you basically pull those 6 bolts and this will come off, but you got to have the equipment to do that, and fire trucks and rescue trucks don't carry that equipment. Down here, same size bolts. This is on a drive axle. Those are wedged in. There's a lot of pressure there. Don't pull those because they can pop off and take your head off. Okay. So for wedge wheels, that's fire truck, you know what they look like. Again, the lugs on these things are 1.5 inches, and it takes a very large ratchet device to get those off. Electrical systems, 12 or 24 volts, 2 or more batteries. If you're checking your fire truck, you know how that works. You lift up the battery cover, a bunch of batteries, bunch of wires. Leave them alone. Don't cut the battery cables or anything like that. There's no need to, unless you're trying to isolate something, in which case you're just going to remove them all from all battery connections. The suspension system on your truck, there's multiple suspension systems on it. There's a seat suspension, there's one on the cab, there's one on the axles, there's the tires themselves. The problem with these tractors is on the air ride suspension system, if you look down here, that's the pivot. This is where the axle is going to be. And this arm moves up and down. This is the air bladder. Again, it's going to run at 100, 120 PSI. You have 18 inches of travel back here. If you go back to the frame rails, you try to pick the back of the truck up, you got to pick it up 18 inches before you can get that axle to raise. The way you get around that is you chain the axle up to the frame rail, and then you lift an inch, and your axle will follow. Yeah.
You puncture the bag, if the bag gets punctured, is the axle going to drop?
No, everything's sitting on the ground, and so these things are sitting by gravity. So basically, your chassis, everything is going to sit right here. If you pick the chassis up, that's going to lift, but this axle is going to pivot and stay on the ground. So you're trying to pick this thing up off this car, and this is going to stay on the car, right? If it's on the ground, it's irrelevant because you're really not going to pick it up off the ground. You pick it up off the car. Make sense? So unless you're picking up something and you're worried about that travel, you don't have to worry about it. And I think one of the stations we have out there, that will come into play. So we'll have to chain the axle up in order to affect the lift. Suspension system on your trucks, either airbag or springs. On your multiple axles, these are drive axles. This is a concrete mixer head rollover. There's a 36-year-old guy, a huge guy, had a heart attack and just died and rolled his truck over. You can lift off of all this, but again, you got to lift on both sides. It's very, very difficult to affect the lift anywhere in this area. Okay, if you lift off the pumpkin, the truck's just going to slide over. So you have to go out here and try to lift off of these. A lot of cases of bolt patterns are sitting down here. It's just go to frame rails. Just stick with frame rails and stay away from axles. That's the advice I can give you. The lower picture is a good example of load shift, which we talked a little bit about earlier, and the importance of it. This is a dump truck. He just left the quarry. He's overloaded. Why do they overload the trucks? They make more money that way. Okay. So he's overloaded, and he's not going to go out the normal path because there's a scale, and he would get discovered, get fined, have to go back and get rid of some of his weight. So he goes the other way, which is going to climb basically over a large hill. Okay, he starts to climb. Right, where's all the weight going to go? To the back. He then gets into a curve that's also uphill, and where does the weight go now? To the corner. Okay, so it's load shifting backwards, and it's going to load shift downwards. And at that point, that's where that trunnion right there gave away. It just blew. There was an axle back here. It's gone. And the truck rolled over because all the weight shifted back to that axle, couldn't handle the weight, and boom, that's it. Yeah, that's load shift. All right, air ride cabs. This is interesting. This is a class where they wanted to do something a little bit challenging. Okay. So the group came over and said, we're we're doing pretty well on these. Can you give us a little bit more challenging problem? Which I'll be certainly happy to do that. So we took a tractor, how much weight? We talked about it, how much weight? 18,000 pounds, good, okay? And I just set the front steer tire on the dashboard of the car. That's all I did. There it is, okay? Just imagine, and we couldn't do this here. We would have, we could have, we just couldn't. Just imagine that tire is just a little bit in and is pushing down on the dash and it's got the driver trapped underneath of it. He's pinned. Everybody cool with that? So basically, there you have it. What's the problem with the truck as it's sitting right there? What's some of the problems you're looking at?
Roll off.
Pardon?
It could roll off.
It could roll off because,
It's on the steering wheel.
okay, so it's setting up on a steer axle. On your drives, you have a set that's on the ground, but you still want to take care of this thing from going anywhere. Their answer was to take a 4x4 block and put it right there. No, it's not going to work. It'll hop that block like a mountain. So that's not really the problem they were working with right now. But anyway, so that's an issue. That's something you got to work with. All right, what else? The frame is twisted up. Why? Is that a problem?
It's unstable.
It's very unstable and what?
Lift one side of it.
Yeah, so if you try to lift one side of it, so let's say we're going to lift the passenger side front, because you want to get up off the ground, or off the car rather. You try to push that up, because it's twisted. Where's the force really? It's not straight down. Where is it? It's lateral. Okay, well, that's an issue. Okay? So you can't put crib towers in place to do that. Struts maybe, but where do you put them? Their answer was, we'll just do it the simplest way possible. So we're going to grab the top of the box up here, the cab, we're going to pull it over. So we got a tractor's conveniently sitting here. It was a problem. Well, it's not working. This is them trying to do this. It's not working. Why? Why won't that work? You just pull the thing right on over. Because the cab is, all right, which means what?
The other side has to give.
So it does do that, which means also what?
You could roll this, you could tilt it.
You're not going to pull that chassis off that truck by doing that. Yeah. Which are what they are doing right now. I don't know if you can see it or not, but they're pulling the cab off the chassis. You see it? It's not being held on anything but weight. Okay, a couple bolts and weight. So distance that you see right here, this cab was turned this way. It's now being pulled this way, and you still are getting no lift right here. Everybody okay with that? That's a problem because you can't do anything with the cab. You can't strut it, you can't pull it, you can't do anything with it. It's not attached as strongly as you think it is, and you're just going to pull the whole cab assembly off, and that's still going to sit there. All right, cool with that? How much weight's on the car?
9,000.
9,000?
That loads.
All right, so we have 18,000 for the tractor. We're looking at the front, that's 9, but is the whole front of the tractor on it, or half? So half of 9,000 is 4,500. So really you're dealing with a large car as far as weight goes. Okay, they didn't know that. They just said, we're just gonna grab this and pull it on over. And as they're over there cranking and I could see the cab being torn off, I didn't want them to destroy the prop because we have to use that again. So I kind of stopped them to take some pictures and I had to make a reset this because this plan is not gonna work. It's not working, it's not gonna work, okay? So that's an issue, all right? What else? What else? How do we get that thing up off of there? How do you do it?
Crib tower and all of that.
Okay, so a lift mechanism going to frame rails with redundancy in place. Whatever lift you put, where you put it is all up to you. That's where you guys will figure this one out, okay? I'm just trying to show you that the things that won't work is grabbing the cab in any way, shape, or form and trying to pull the whole rig over, or lift the whole rig, or strut the cab or anything else. Not gonna work. It will not work. All right? Let's talk about force vectors. Force vector here is tension, and the direction of the force is here, and you're grabbing the top of the cab right there. So you're expecting the truck to do what? What do you want this whole truck to do? You want it to roll, okay? Where are you applying force? In what direction? that way, okay? What you want is the right side to go up in the air. You want it to roll, right? Watch my hands. My right hand is going up in the air. Is that the way you're pulling it? No. Which way are you pulling it? You're pulling the whole that way, okay? And the least thing that's resisting you is the cab that's connected to the chassis, and this is going to pull right off of it. Yeah.
Would it do the same thing if you came across the hood, wrap the chain around the
No.
axle?
No. Because as soon as you go across the body, that lift, whatever you're using, is holding the truck down. It's forcing it to go this way. Now, if you somehow got the lift up like this, that's a different story. If we have a wrecker, that's why they have booms that go up in the air. Is there a way we can do that? Yes, but I'm not gonna tell you what that is. But you can't take, everybody okay with this? You can't take, expect it to roll, because as soon as you go over that vehicle, it's stopping this. Understand? Okay. You want it to go this way. Okay. So once we stopped and got everything back where it's supposed to be, they did the lift in about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Some of the guys weren't getting what you were
Okay.
showing.
Tell them that I'll take a break and come over there and put the slide back on my shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so fuel tank removal, again, unbolted, you can cut the straps, but that's not really controlled. These tanks can weigh 1,200 pounds when they're fully loaded. A trick is to put a medium pressure airbag underneath of them, unbolt them and lower the airbag down. Make sure that you're blanking lines anytime you do stuff like this, especially on hydraulic lines, because there's something always past as well as in the container. So blank the lines first, disconnect, lower to ground, roll it away, it's out of your way. Okay. Sometimes these tanks contain more than fuel. This one's half hydraulic and half fuel. Auxiliary power units are just that. You know, they used to sit around at night while they're sleeping and keep the diesel engine running. It only pulls about 2 gallons of fuel an hour doing that. But the longevity of the truck, what is murder to a diesel engine is letting it sit in there idle. It's just terrible for them. So to save a little bit of money and save long time wear and tear on these trucks, they use these small diesel operated units. Okay, you can't lift off of it. You can't lift off of anything attached to a frame rail. You got to go to the frame rail. Bottom line. Okay. The engine and transmission are nowhere near what that tandem assembly in the back is. Okay. So this is the class we're doing the Roanoke. This is Robert Young's outfit. I work with them a lot. They're a great group of guys. They took their straight boom wrecker, picked it straight up. Okay, so the illusion is the boom head is directly over top of the middle of the truck and they're lifting it evenly. That's not what's going on. Okay. If you look, he's got one cable that comes down to the wrecker. And then if you look at the boom on the wrecker, there's a yellow strap. See that? What's he doing with that? He's picking the back end up. So he's in the middle of the wrecker. You got weight out here, you got weight back here, and you're thinking, well, if I'm in the middle, that must be where the center of gravity is. Nope. Center of gravity for this truck is actually right here in front of the tandems. Because these tandems are much heavier than that whole engine and transmission is up there. All right. The engine is not the heaviest part of the truck. Trailer connections are called glad hands. This is called the fifth wheel, which is just how the trailer connects to the truck. That's the kingpin, which is the connector on the trailer. This is the landing gear. You can use a landing gear for rescue. Let's say you've got somebody that drove into a back of one of these trucks, he's underneath the back end. You want to pick the back end up and pull the car out. You can pull the tractor out off the trailer, then lower the front. That means the back end goes up and you get a couple of inches. Okay, that's one way to do it. This is a tandem assembly on a van trailer. If you look on the bottom picture, there's some rails. Those are called slider rails. You can lift off of those. You can't lift off the axles because they're hollow. All right, so you're going to lift. Slider rails are okay. All right, this is the DOT bar. Again, they're only required on the 53-foot trailers. In Virginia, the 53-foot trailer dollies will move forward, so you can see that space in there. A vehicle could very easily hit this bar, fold it up, and wedge themselves underneath of it. I've seen it a lot of times. Okay. This is a van trailer. They basically about 15,000 pounds empty. They carry what's called LTL, less than load. So if you look in the back, you see all those boxes and stuff that's piled up in there. They're not cubed out. Okay. If this was a dump truck and it's full of aggregate, it would be cubed out. Every space is being contained with something. In the back of these van trailers, these are all separate boxes. You can see you have more boxes on the right than the left. It's not going to be evenly loaded. And when this thing rolls over on the side, where do the boxes go? On the side, okay? The side wall of these trailers is nothing. It's just very thin sheet aluminum. And if you try to pick this trailer up by going to the corners, you'll very easily push the trailer up, but what are you going to leave behind? The wall, which is on top of your automobile. Okay. So let's get to here. What folks think is this DOT bar, you can lift from it. No, you can't. Okay. Lots of folks do it in a class. I've seen students come over, it's like, look, we're lifting this trailer, and you said it can't be done, but we're doing it. All right. On all the objects that we have out here this weekend, and all the objects we use in all the classes, except for a rare exception, everything is empty. It's empty. All right. We don't use loaded gravel trucks. We don't use loaded tractor trailers. We don't use them loaded. Why? Why do you think we don't put loads in them?
Center of gravity.
It will change the center of gravity, which may be desirable, but what else? For safety. Okay, the last thing I want is for a bunch of people who've never done this stuff before, be working under 80,000 pounds. Okay, don't want that. So we don't do them loaded. You're learning concepts. You're really learning how equipment works and its limitations. That's what we're teaching here. Now, if you want to take a class like that, Mike Green up in Mid-Atlantic Technical Rescue, he's up in Montgomery County, Maryland. He puts blocks of concrete on all his vehicles. But in order to reach that level of class, you got to have this class to get there. Okay? So we don't load this stuff up. Yes, if the trailer is unloaded, again, van trailer, how much weight?
15,000.
15,000, good. If I'm on the back end, how much weight? I'm on the back end of the trailer, how much weight? 7,500, okay? I can put enough lift to push up and that DOT bar will withstand it. Now, if I load that trailer with 48,000 pounds of marbles and you go to lift, it's going to fold it up every time, okay? So we just don't teach that. And yes, you can in a class, but we're just going to do that. Everybody understand why? All right, this is a lift in a class. Somebody came over and said, we can lift it and they can push up. What do they do to the bar? See how it's twisted? Where do you think they lifted it from? The center. Why would you do that? It's a beam. You don't lift in the center of beams, you lift where? Where those columns under here. See the vertical and the vertical? You would lift here. All right. Even on an empty trailer, 7,500 pounds, they did that. Okay. You can't lift from there. You can't lift from the axles. What you can do is go to the corners of the box and lift from there. Okay. That's okay. Or you can go on the slider rails. All right, slider rails you can lift from. You have to understand that modern trailers are junk, okay? This is the Coors plant up in Elkton. They said this happens every couple of months. Forklift full of beer goes out in the trailer, falls through the trailer. Why? The trailers are much lighter. Why? Less trailer weight, more payload, okay? Because remember, they're weighed, okay? So they're very, very weak. And so lifting off of trailers that are loaded is a very dicey proposition. Very, very difficult, okay? This is a roll-up door. Typically you'll find this in either cold application or you're in a city trying to deliver a bunch of boxes to a bunch of businesses, so they roll the door up and down constantly. The frame is the strength, and you can roll that door up and look at there all you want if the trailer's been involved in an accident. No big deal. This is a barn door. Do not open these doors in an accident. Reason is that when they're closed and locked, that's the strength of the trailer. The trailer can't rack, okay? If you open those doors and the trailer's on its side or it's on top of a vehicle, the trailer racks, you can't get them closed and you can't lift the trailer. It has to be totally unloaded before you can do anything with it, all right? But just leave them closed. If you want to look inside of it, they do put a little access door right here. You can open it up and look inside there, okay? There is some validity to open it up and stick an air monitor in there and see what kind of atmosphere is in there that you haven't spilled some sort of solvent. You don't know what's in the back of these things. Okay? So do check the atmosphere in it. Ramp cargo doors are just for automobiles. They have 2 levels. A lot drop stock trailers are called capital crates. They have a lot of openings just because of animals. Refrigerated trailers have insulated walls. They have a fuel tank underneath of them. They have an HVAC system on the front of it. These are very robust trailers. They're very thick floored. They are a monster. They're very difficult to cut through. Flatbed trailers are just an easy way to load on it that, weather's not going to affect it, so it's easy to get loads on it off quickly. Low bed trailers, lower center of gravity for large things. Intermodal trailers. So the two number trailers you're going to see on the roads these days, your van trailers, which we talked about, and these intermodal trailers, okay? When they ship, they don't care what it weighs. They don't ship by weight, they ship by size. So if you're shipping something from here to Asia or from Asia back, you're going to fit whatever you can in the smallest box you can because that's going to give you the lowest tariff. All right. So these boxes come anywhere from 20 to 40 to 48 to 54, the standard sizes now. You can have a 20-foot box that's loaded with 58,000 pounds of tile, which we had an accident a couple months ago like that. These things are connected by pins to the chassis itself. They are very, very strong. They can stack them 7 tall and not worry about the weight collapsing them. But you don't look at a trailer like this 20-foot, this bottom one, this orange one, and say, well, that thing can only weigh 9,000 or 10,000 pounds. No, that thing can weigh a lot, okay, up to 58. Operators don't like them because a number of operators have gotten killed trying to upright these things. They're very dangerous. And so if you deal with an intermodal box, you have to be very, very careful when you don't know what the weight is. All right. Your 306, 406 tankers are just, your gasoline diesel fuel. They cannot be uprighted. They have to be offloaded. Not a concern for us. They're the weakest trailer on the road, carrying the most hazardous cargo, which is gasoline. Right behind the driver on the trailer, there's a red lever. If you pull that, that drops off the valve barrel because acid's very heavy. It has strength rings attached to it. So your 331 tankers are round, so they're carrying some sort of gaseous product like propane. Sometimes they take propane tanks and hide them what looks like a van trailer. Cryogenic tankers usually have some sort of gas emitted from them that everybody calls in about. Dump trailers you see a lot of accidents with these. The reason is it's a dump truck not on a trailer. That's a huge wall you're pushing up in the air. The wind can push on that wall and push them over, and that happens quite frequently inside wagons, so the truck falls over. If the truck had jackknifed into position, like you see in its lower right, then that trailer came down on the cab and just crushed that guy. And the only way you're going to affect the rescue in here is you got a tunnel. Anybody know what tunneling is? What's tunneling? You learned that in building collapse class. What is it? Yeah, you're basically cutting holes and drilling your way into where they are. Okay. Concrete trucks, mixers are a treat to deal with because of the weight, and you're carrying liquid that is extremely heavy. Basically, we're going to run about 54,000 pounds loaded. If you get one that's 3 axle, they'll go up to 77,000 pounds. The cubic yard of concrete is about 4,000 pounds. It stays in a liquid state for about 90 minutes, even with the barrel running. But after 90 minutes, it just starts to set up. If you have an accident involved in one of these things, does anybody know the trick to keep the concrete from setting up?
Sugar.
Huh?
Sugar.
So you add sugar to it. Okay, just bags of sugar. Not that we have to do that, but
Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
that's got sugar in it. All right, so tab is the only thing holding these things on there. The barrels can bounce off and run down the street. Yeah, it is what it is. So armored cars, I get a lot of questions about what happens if you get in an accident on these. First of all, I've never run an accident with an armored car. I don't think I ever will. They typically have the best drivers and, pre-planned routes and all that, but suppose you get in an accident. So we did have a class where we had an armored car available and we used it, and it was from Dunbar. And the company rep was standing there, and one of the things he asked is, please, whatever you see today, just don't share that with just anybody, okay? Well, what do you think an armored car is? What's your impression of it?
Safe.
It's what?
Safe.
It's a safe, right? What makes you think it's a safe?
It's meant to transport secure items,
Okay,
not meant to be easily accessed from the outside.
okay. So you look at the name, Dunbar, Brinks. You can just get an overall impression of it. Boy, that thing's a beast. Holy cow, that's insane. How many axles do you see on the top one? There's exterior and drive. On the bottom one, you got 2 drives, okay? Which one's carrying the paper cash? The top one. Which one's carrying the coins? Bottom one. Which one you want to rob? Okay, all right. So how much weight can you put on a single drive axle? You see the point I'm going to get across? They're not safes. Okay, to get in one of these things is not hard at all. It's incredibly easy. So we were standing there looking at it. I had a group that came over. It was a truck company from Richmond. Company officer was with them. I said, Lieutenant, get in that truck. I said, okay. So he did what everybody's supposed to do. He makes a size up. What's he looking for? He's looking for what? He's looking for ways in and out. So I see a door. I'm looking for attachment points to that door. This is forcible entry stuff. This is forcible entry 101. I'm looking for attachment points. Where will they be? Hinges, locking mechanism. That's it. Okay? So no exposed hinges, can't get into the locking mechanism, but what's that thing right there? That little round thing right below the door handle. What is it? That's where you go for the key in. So if you were looking at a house or a commercial building and you're trying to get in, what would you do? You pull the lock, okay? So he told one of his guys to go over to the rig, they pulled the lock, they were inside that truck in under a minute. Pulled the lock, okay? They then went to town on it. Let me show you some pictures. Let's see, to the right, they took a Halligan and beat all the bulletproof glass down, okay? Lower left, they took an exothermic torch, they cut, it's basically 2 thin walls of very thin plate metal with insulation in between. Wasn't hard to get through it at all, Sawzall will cut it. The exothermic torch will cut it, but it also set everything on fire. They took a K12 saw, cut out the windshield. It was nothing. It was really nothing to get in there. And so after they finished with the truck, they totally tore it apart, like nobody's business. Not hard at all. The company rep looked at me and said, "What did you just learn?" I said, "Well, there's nothing there." And he said, "Yeah, it's the name on the side that protects everything. Everybody thinks it's a bag bolt in the name. That's it." So to get in one of these things, you just treat it like you do anything else. Okay? Questions? Back up here. Questions? We're going to take a very short 5-minute break. I got to go next door and teach these guys something about that question you had.
In your years of experience, what has been the most common vehicle you've come across?
The most common?
Yes, like that you've encountered on instance.
Tractor trailer, TTs, mostly. I have to think about that one. Probably that. Yeah. I'll say initially right now, but you know, I'm aware of stuff like that. But TTs, without a doubt. Give me 5 minutes to go talk next door. You guys kind of hang out for here for a second or two, and I'll come back and then we'll get into rescue techniques, and you'll learn some pretty cool stuff. And then I've got an hour. I gotta go through that slide, so hang on. right, sorry, I had to run over next door and answer their questions and, unfortunately, you guys can't hear them, right? They had some really, really good questions over there, and I wish I could, share them with you. Any of you guys have any questions in here? All right, so it was an accident at work, truck's rolling on the side. We have somebody in, we just pulled the windshield out, put a rescuer inside to assess the patient, and we're now setting up just to cut the roof off. This is a 5-minute extrication, nothing to it. Okay. So some of the stuff we've already talked about. One of the things you have to look at when you're dealing with large vehicles and rescues and everything else is the weight. We talked about that. And the angle we haven't talked about yet. And you're working on limited equipment, which we haven't gotten into that yet. Okay? Size up is key to making all this work. So make sure that when we turn you loose on the props, you do a good size up. Just don't run over and look at the problem. We'll push up here and this thing will come out. Don't do that. Walk around, see what you have to work with, see what the vehicle is set, because it's stable, sitting there. Why is it sitting there like this? What is the weight of this vehicle? What do the brakes look like? What are the contact points to the ground? Okay? Do all those things, come back, come up with a game plan, let the instructor know what you're planning. We want to know the weight, we want to know the condition of the axles, and then we turn you loose. Okay? After a given amount of time, if you haven't figured it out, this thing's starting to really bog you down a lot, then you may get a record that can help you. Okay? When I was over talking to the next group, I said, here's your problem, what you do, and somebody said, we'll just bring the rotator record in. Not necessarily, okay? All right, so scene assessment, what do you say? What do you say? What do you have? What is that?
Conventional truck, looks like
It's a
a driver,
conventional tractor trailer, good. What else?
trailer's shot, and
Okay,
driver's probably.
trailer has got the axles up in the air, all right, that's an issue. And but there's no people back there, so I don't really care about that part of this. Up here, we have what? Tractor, and you have the driver's door open. So if you look inside, there's nobody there, we're done. Okay? Now suppose the driver is in there, and he's injured. What do you want to do?
Take the window, take the window.
Okay, so I want to gain access. What about stabilization? What do I do to stabilize that truck? Do I need to? Where's that truck gonna go?
Nowhere.
It ain't going anywhere, it's sitting on the side, okay? Now, a vehicle, an automobile, you put on the side, it can go places. You definitely have to do something about that. Or if it's a truck on the side, unless there's something underneath of it, it usually won't go anywhere, okay? So we don't have to really do much in terms of stabilization. We do have to really do a really good assessment on this. We got to check for leaking fluids, take care of that issue. We're going to remove the windshield, get into where the patient is, do an assessment on him. And then if I'm going to take him out, usually I'm just going to cut the sheet metal off the roof and he's coming out that way. And, you know, we're done in a matter of a couple of minutes. Okay. So, hazmat, look for all these things. Okay. So, what do you have here? This is your assessment. You're looking, walking around. What do you see?
Hazmat trailer.
How do you know it's a hazmat trailer?
There's, I see the placard.
Okay, so it's a placard on it. What type of trailer is it? So don't worry about the numbers or anything. Just tell me what that thing is. It's got rounded ends on it.
Very good.
So it's compressed gas. There you go. Okay. And what is that? The silver thing.
It was a truck.
Okay. Well, it still is a truck, but it's now wedged up underneath it. So what are your concerns right now? Okay, so what's going on with the tank? What's the integrity of the tank? That's something to look at.
Is the vehicle off?
Is the vehicle turned off? Good. Remove the ignition sources. Can I go ahead and open that door on that truck? Okay, nothing's gonna happen. Okay. You're thinking, well, I'm sure the back end's up off the ground. I'm pretty sure it isn't. All right, I would check for that, but, that is not really a problem right there, other than the fact that there's a hazardous cargo right over the top of it. I look for the integrity of the tank, I make sure, of course, everything can't roll away, which it won't, as long as that chock stays right there. And then we'll just gain access and get them out. I do it the easiest way, try not to create sparks, you get the idea, okay? That's a no-brainer, all right? There's really nothing to it. The fact that there's a truck sitting on top of it is irrelevant, because that truck's on the ground, okay? So we're gonna look at a lot of different things. We're gonna ask for and get a charged hose line with somebody on it. And, this was an accident. I was working up on I-64, and there was a guy holding the hose line. It was a good friend of mine, Patrick Butler. All right, what do you see wrong?
He's not ready.
Huh?
He's not ready.
No, he's not ready. What's he lacking?
Gear.
He needs to have his gear on the place. He's too close. He needs to be standing back. And what's his job gonna be? Fire suppression. So when someone says, oh gosh, then that's when he charges in and does his thing. Okay. So victim assessment, we want to get somebody in there pretty quickly and see what's going on with the patient. Are they pinned? Are they just trapped? What kind of injuries do they have? Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Okay, so this was a water truck. Missed his little turn, decided to try to make it anyway. He rolled over on top of this passenger vehicle. I walked up, the accident, we got dispatched on, I was on the first arriving vehicle, and I kind of snapped a picture, and then went to work. So this is exactly as we saw it when we first walked up. Okay. What do you see? What's going on? Somebody's in the car, that's true. What else? It's a lot of weight on it, yes.
It's like the cab's trying to feed.
Yes, it is. Is that normal for that to happen? Yes. Okay. So do I have anybody in the truck? Do I have anybody in the car? I don't see any forces getting into the passenger compartment of the car. Are you hurt? That kind of thing. Make an assessment, see what kind of things are leaking, see if there's any lines down, traffic, what's that doing? You get the picture, okay? This was nothing more than once we finished all of our assessment, I walked over and opened up the driver's door. She said she wasn't hurt. She got out and walked away. And I was in it. The guy inside the truck, he had failed and left. Okay. So an assessment is going to be looking at what vehicles are doing and what's holding them up. Okay. This is the worst case right here. This is it. Why? Because the wheels are straight up in the air. Okay. Center of gravity, we haven't gotten into that yet, but what's the problem here? Okay, this thing wants to roll left or right. What's holding it up in the air? It's a tanker truck. It has a liquid in the back. It's fully loaded. If it wasn't fully loaded, wouldn't we be doing this? Because without the load on it, what's the heaviest part of this truck? Those tandem axles. Okay, so the integrity of the cab has been compromised. Those 8 pillars have been bent. The diesel engine at 7,500 pounds that's on the front is slowly pushing down on the guy inside of it. The wheels are up in the air. It's extremely unstable. You got to do something in a real big hurry. You got to stop the crush and prevent the rollover simultaneously. And to me, the only way you can do this is with a lot of struts. Okay, collapse rated struts. All right, do a little assessment on these. So determine what's pinning the occupant in, and all you're going to do is push the vehicle back to its design, and that's it, no more. That's a basic premise in basic vehicle rescue, no big deal there. Try to lift and separate. So sometimes these record operators will set up some props that are very, very dicey, all right? Because again, you want to learn how to use your equipment properly. You want to work around stuff that has got some risk to it, maybe, okay? This is a commercial bus. They rolled it on the side and set it on top of this car, and they spent about an hour setting it just right. Because what did the bus keep wanting to do? Roll off of it. And they got it set there, okay? So now you're like, okay, well, that's my problem. What do we do? So let's talk about it. What would you do on this particular problem right here? Hmm?
You sure?
No,
Build a box.
no. What do you do on your assessment?
Walk around it.
And Okay, so there's nothing leaking. What else?
Signs of patience.
Okay, how many patients do you have? Good, where are they? Yes, what else? And all our props, there's no patient on it. What else?
That's the weight.
What's the weight? Okay, that's 18,000 pounds. What else do you want to assess?
Where the weight's at and how much you need to support.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'll tell you this, that if you're trying to decide where weight is, you'll be spending a long time and everybody's going to disagree with you. Okay? Because everybody's going to have an idea. And you can get into the argument about, well, the engine, everything's back here, and what's on the front. Just look at it, it's a block, it's homogeneous, it's the same all the way through. If you do that, you won't go wrong. Am I okay with that? So how much weight are we dealing with? Is it 18? It's 9,000. Where's the other 9,000?
On the ground.
It's on the ground, it's over there. Okay? And at that angle, I'll bet money that's what it's doing. Okay? So not on this end, not on the other end. All right? Notice the car. Is it designed to have 9,000 pounds on top of it? No. Modern cars are, but not this one. So what's it doing to the car? It's compressing, okay, and crushing it. So yes, you see how the body of the car is flat on the ground? When you lift the bus up, what's the car going to do? It's going to rise up with it, okay? So to stop that from happening, we're going to go from wheel to wheel, and we're going to put ratchet straps on it, and we're going to tighten them down very tight, so it plays a C note, and that way when we lift, the car stays where it's supposed to be, okay? And then we just grab the car and we just pull it on out. Now we got to figure out how to get this thing up in here, all right? So what you have to do now is look for structural points that you're going to affect the lift from, okay? And knowing the weight, 9,000 pounds, that's well within the equipment we have. One of the worries is the bus can go left and right, it can definitely roll, so what do you want to do to stop that from happening? Sorry, I heard several answers.
Struts and put guy lines on
Okay, guidelines, what's the problem with guidelines? Let's talk about that for a second. What's the problem with guidelines? What are you gonna use?
it.
No, what thing are you gonna use? You say guidelines, what guidelines?
Grip hoist.
Huh? A grip hoist, okay?
Chain.
So you put a grip hoist, you put one on either side. You just box yourself in a corner, because now what is one thing you can't do? You can't lift. So I don't think that's, I wouldn't. Okay. Struts, that okay? Vehicle rated struts? Absolutely. The struts are designed for what? They weren't really designed for lifting. Originally, they were designed for what? To stabilize. You're going things for rolling. So you strut it. Okay. You set the struts up so they can move, because you want to be able to lift this thing. You want the struts to move in with them, so you can set that up to do that. How you do that, we'll teach you this afternoon. All right. Then you affect the lift. Where do you want to lift from? Both sides. Okay. You have to find structural points that are strong enough to do the lift, both sides. I agree with you 100%. Can you put struts in that can lift? So you can stabilize and lift at the same time? That's an idea. Can you lift the bottom jack? Probably not, because you're not lifting off the frame rails, you're lifting off the sheet metal. Right? So there's a lot of things to look at, but always approach these with, I'm going to do a good size up, I want to see what's leaking around this thing, I want to see how this thing is purchased, I want to know the weight of this thing, I want to know the condition of the brakes, which are probably irrelevant here. And then I need to decide, okay, how do I keep this thing stable? Because it's stable right now, right? It is until you do what? Start doing anything to it. You touch it, it's unstable, okay? So I need to keep it like this, and I need to affect the lift. And then once you get all those answers, go after it, okay? Just make sure you do all the stuff in front and don't run in there and start doing stuff below the belly. Make sure that everybody on your team knows what's going on. You'd be surprised how many times where I'll walk up to somebody like, what's your job? Huh? What's your job right now? What are you doing? Well, they just told me to come over here. What's the plan? What are they supposed to be doing? I don't know. Is that dangerous? Why? Why is it dangerous?
Freelance.
Because that's, I'm not pointing him saying it's freelancing, but there's people in this operation that don't know what's going on. So how do they know something's getting ready to go bad? How do they know they're not standing in a very dangerous place? See what I'm saying? Okay. Let's talk about this one. This was an interesting call because the truck rolled over on top of a guardrail. It's got the guy pinned between the guardrail and steering column, okay? And we're trying to, this is a long time ago, many, many years ago. They're trying to get the truck to roll over, so they had this wrecker pulled up. This isn't a curve, this is on an on-ramp to an interstate. They got the wrecker pulled up, and he's trying to do a sideways pull, trying to lift the truck up. There, and everybody was so beat, they just said, hey, whatever. They backed the wrecker in, picked it up, and had the guy out in 5 minutes. Okay? That was back in the days when nobody listened to wrecker operators. So we gain access. Okay, remember this is good for getting in. Holding rescue tools over your head is a bad idea. You see the guy on the right, he's got this thing up here like this. You can't control it like that. Takes a little bit of time. What will be faster than this?
Flatbed.
If they are flatbed wrecker with them. So again, we worked out that where I'm working with a wrecker company now. Hey, when we make one of these things, send everybody. We want everybody there, and bring your flatbed with you. Okay. So here's a flatbed wrecker. They back it up. Hey, this thing is uneven compared to the truck. Not a problem. They can take the back end, which is used for towing. That's called a stinger. They push it down. They can lift this truck up and even it out. There's stuff they can do with these. Okay. That's the through the window or vertical crush on a door. It doesn't work. If you think about it, you're trying to push the door away by this technique. It works on an automobile because the roof is inside, but where the doors are. The doors are outside. You're pushing down sideways. Here, the roof and the doors are at a 90-degree angle to each other. Okay, that's the after an hour. Remember that earlier picture I showed you? That's as far as they got. Okay, gaining access to the body again. Go through sheet metal anytime you can. Pretty easy to cut that stuff out and gain access. Flipping the roof. If you have a group of students and they really, gung ho, they're going through this stuff pretty quick. To slow them down, tell them to flip the roof and watch what happens. Okay, why do you think this is going to be a very difficult thing to do? Why? Huh?
Getting to it, so.
Getting to it is hard. So you can see these guys are basically, they're climbing all over. They have a pull back here off this fifth wheel. You can see the cable coming up to a chain up to here, and they've got it wrapped around, and they're trying to assist it with a hydraulic push ram this way. They made cuts in here. They had to make cuts in there. This is an hour operation. Just to flip this roof up. Okay. When all they really have to do was do what? Go to the top of the roof, cut out the sheet metal, and go in, and you're in 2-3 minutes. Not a problem. But if you want to slow some people down, tell them to flip the roof and watch what happens. Very, very difficult. Okay. This is a truck that we had rolled over. We just cut out the plastic top of it, and we were in. Nothing to it. Okay. That's another one we're working. That's me to the right. And again, we just cut the post, pulled it down. You got good access. Do watch on all the props and vehicles you're working on. You see this antenna. When you're doing your size up, if you see anything out there that's horizontal, get rid of it, cut it off or unscrew it or whatever, because that can poke somebody's eye. We had that happen in the last ones. And luckily, everybody was wearing their eye probe like they're supposed to. Okay. Gaining access, again, a lot of this stuff that's mounted on a truck for wind is very easy to remove. Okay. Cutting guardrail is really not recommended because number one, if it's damaged, it's storing energy, and number two, it causes metal fume fever because it's galvanized. And so even when you're cutting with a K12 or any kind of exothermic charge, you really have to have an SCBA if you're doing that. And you're expecting this thing to be a spring too, so it's not really good. So underrides, what's the problem with this particular accident you're looking at right there? What do you think is the problem? Yeah, let's say it's stabilized. So it's okay.
Under a bridge, you can't get
It's
around.
under a bridge, so what's the problem with that? Their wreckers are out of play. They can't operate under bridges. Remember that boom, that high directional, they have to have that ability to get that boom up. If they can't do it, not a whole lot they can do. Okay. So when you have underrides, some things to think about is, can I just take the air out of the tires, lower the car, and pull it out that way? I've never seen it kind of work, but some people said they had, so we put it in there. Lift with a wrecker, remove the tractor, and lower. I told you how to do that with the landing gear on the trailer. Here we've got a passenger bus, not a school bus. They're a big difference. They sit on top of the car. Okay. If you look at the car, you see the yellow strap, what's that there for? Hold the car down, okay? If you look to the right, you see the chain? It's not doing anything. This is a very common problem. I see this all the time. Why isn't it doing anything?
Not for the frame,
Okay, it's what?
not for the frame.
It's a frameless bus, and you don't want it to go to the frame. What are you trying to do?
Not capturing the suspension.
Right, it's not doing anything because they basically went in here and wrapped between the tandems, and this chain is pulling this way. That's where the pull is coming from, but you see where it comes in and then goes down? So the wheel feels that way, not that way. If you want to do this, chain is preferred because chain doesn't stretch. That does, but it's an automobile, so it's irrelevant. Bring the chain down and hook it right here, or hook it right there. Or put some webbing in here and pull it out, but you want your pull to be out here and be vertical. Does that make sense? Like this, when they pick it up, the axle's just gonna drop because there's nothing holding it up. You think it is, but it isn't, okay? So that doesn't work, because, again, the direction you're pulling from, right? Now, once you get this thing stabilized, you see the guys on the right, down the lower right-hand corner, they're on their bellies and they're working underneath there. Is that okay? Most people would say no. I'll say yes. Why?
If it's stabilized.
Okay? So I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. It's on top of the car. And they stabilize it, they put some blocks in, but that's the only way we're gonna get underneath some of these objects, okay? Now, we all like to think that, hey, if we're getting down, we're on one knee and all that, that may not be a low enough profile to get up underneath them, okay? The bus can't drop anymore because the blue chalk behind it prevents it from doing that. So to get in that position, it's okay. You just don't want to be in that position working and the ability of this bus to slide. That would mean somebody's pushing it somehow. So in other words, there's a lift somewhere else going on and these guys are underneath the bus. That's not allowed, okay? If you're doing any kind of force application, people are out and away from it. But if it's just sitting there static, go for it. That's fine. Okay. Otherwise, you really can't get anybody underneath it to do things to do. Now, this is a commercial bus versus a school bus. What's the big difference between them? Strength, rigidity, frame. There's no frame in these. Okay. It's basically a truss construction. If you go forward and look up underneath of it, you look up, it's like there's nothing there. On the back end, this is where the engine is. There is somewhat of a subframe there. You can possibly lift off of it in some cases. A lot of times you can't. Most of the times you're lifting off the wheel assemblies. Okay. These buses are fragile. There's nothing to them. They don't want them heavy. They want them lightweight because you're trying to make money hauling some people around in the city. Okay. School bus is the opposite end of the spectrum. It's very stiff. It's very heavy. It's very, very strong. Just look at the thickness of a nickel, and that's the thickness of the sheet metal on it. Okay. And they're the easiest class to teach by far for us. Why do you think that is?
Originally, they already have a lot of limit points.
Okay, so they are. You can do that all day long. All I do is, everybody okay with the school bus? Oh, yeah, we see them all the time, the yellow, and okay, everybody okay with the tools? Oh, yeah, we got basic vehicle. All right, well, we got some orange markings on the bus. You should cut those areas out. Let's go ahead and flip the roof up and, you got all those tools, you'll be in charge, go at it. And we go sit over in the shade and watch. At the end of the day, what do you think we see? The school bus looks the same. The tools are broken. Yes, you can break hydraulic tools very easily on them. And all the students are laid on the ground and they taught themselves the school buses are tanks. They're very, very difficult to deal with. So there are techniques on them. When we go up tomorrow morning, I may have time to go over one of the buses out there and show you some things to do. But just trust me, that's a whole different endeavor when you're doing school buses. They are very different from everything else. There's a lot of desirable qualities. I can go over to the corner of a bus and lift, and the whole back end will lift. Okay, you can't do that on a truck. It's going to twist. They're very thick. You can strut the windows and pick it up all day long. You can actually take a strut, drive it into the sheet metal on the side of it, and lift the bus up on the ground that way. There's a lot of things you can do to them. They're very, very strong. Okay, so underrides, obviously, one of the easiest things we can do is if we can get a wrecker in there, they hook up and we pick this thing up and slide this car out. And they can also do the sliding out for you. They can pick it up and pull it out at the same time, okay? So this is a prop we put together. This is up in Loudoun County. We set this big heavy truck on top of this car, and the station was for the afternoon, and that morning we're talking, okay? Now, as we're talking and the students are standing over in a separate area, they're noticing something. They can hear this thing making noises. What kind of noises do you think it's making? Creaking and cracking, okay? If you look down by the rear tire, do you see that? What's that?
Concrete?
No, it's glass. You can't see it, so the definition is not very good here, but the glass is breaking on this car. As we're sitting there doing something else entirely different, this car is slowly doing what? Being compressed down. That weight of that truck is slowly pushing down, okay? So this is your prop. Here we go. Let's see what you want to do with it. Give me some suggestions of what you want to do.
Walk around.
Very good. We walk around. What are we looking for?
Patient.
Hazards, where the patients, what else? Weight, okay? That's a 20,000-pound truck sitting there. Very heavy. It's a boom truck. That means how much weight's on the front end? 10. Very good. Okay, because that's a 12 axle, so it's probably got 10 on it. All right, so on top of the car, why didn't it crush the car down immediately? Look how it's positioned on the car. We put the drop axle right over that. What is that? That black part? That's the B post. That's a column, okay? That's the strongest part of that roof assembly, all right? It's slowly bowing it down, and that's why the windows are cracking. But if I'd set this up here in the middle, it'd just push it down and stop. Or if I set it beyond that, but if I set it right there, it's gonna hold it up, but the whole car is gonna turn into an egg, slowly pushing everything down. Make sense? Okay. What else? What else are we looking for?
How stable is it?
I don't know, you tell me. How stable is it?
From my point of view, in the picture, it looks pretty stable.
Okay, can it roll away?
It can.
Oh, I can. What type of brakes are on it? Class 6 truck. It's got hydraulic brakes on it, okay? So those, you don't know what's gonna happen with that. So can the truck slide up the back and go away from you? Yes. The truck, even though it's a big truck, hydraulic brakes, they don't self-lock. They don't have that redundancy built in, so they can roll anytime. What would you do to stop that? Something that's shocking keep it from moving. Okay, and that's not gonna be a 4x4, right? All right, so now that you've stopped it from rolling, and it's probably not gonna come forward either, all right? How stable is it for the truck? It's pretty daggone stable. It's nothing's gonna hurt that truck. What about the car?
We haven't done anything to stop the crush yet.
Right, that's one of the first things you wanna go after is the crush, the vertical crush, because if there's people inside this car, this thing is slowly pushing down. At some point, it's gonna yield and that's it. So what do you wanna do about that?
Struts or build a.
Yeah, something underneath of it to stop the weight transfer off the car. All right, then what? So we've got the truck stopped from moving down. Now what? Huh?
Patient access to the vehicle.
Patient access, so, okay, so we put redundancy in, we stopped the crush, we did whatever system it took to stop that, it's got redundancy built in. How do you get inside of it?
You take the wheels off.
You can take the wheels off, but you notice those are spoke wheels, and you have the 1.5-inch drivers to get that off with. You don't, nobody carries over the rest of you. All right.
Why don't you just cut the, below the wheels and then open the brake?
You can, personally, there's nothing wrong with that, that's absolutely okay, that's kind of a tunneling method. Personally, I prefer not to go under a load. So what I would do is I would put a lift and lift that thing up 1 inch and pull it out. Now, in order to do that, what do I have to do? I want to lift 1 inch.
Suspension of both vehicles.
Huh?
Airbag.
Suspension of both vehicles.
Capture the suspension of both vehicles. All right, there you go. Airbags, I could use
You only need an
maybe, but there's no lift points on the line. What else?
You use some sort of clutches.
So struts, yeah. So you can put capture struts on it, lift struts in front of them, lift up all day. Airbags underneath of it, probably won't work. Bottle jacks will work, it's just gonna take a long time to set in place, but that's all you have to work with. But there's a lot of ways of doing this. Everybody okay with that? All right. The ultimate thing is that I don't want that truck to hurt those people, and I don't want to hurt me. So I need to make that truck kind of go away by stabilizing it and prevent it from going places that it wants to, like roll away or vertical crush. I need to take those things out of play, and in the car, I do what I've got to do, okay? If I'm in a real big hurry, I just tear the door off and go in. I work under suspended load because I trust my equipment. If I got some time and everybody's kind of stable, I'll pick it up, pull the car out. I'd rather do that, but sometimes you can't do that, okay? As the day went on, what's the truck doing to the car? Look at it. What's it doing? Slowly pushes. It's the same car, back up. That's how it started. That's how it's winding up. See it? Okay. You got to take the vertical crush component out pretty quickly. One of the first things you want to do. Struts is by far the preferred method. All right. How about overturn onto a car? All right. So we had a truck that driver fell asleep, goes up an embankment, rolls over, and he's got a couple of automobiles underneath of him. This is a van type trailer. We've got somebody here in the driver's seat who is viable. There's nobody in the other side of the car. Back here, you've got two people in the front seat. We'll say this is the front right here, and the back end is underneath of the trailer, okay? So what do you want to do?
Walk around.
Walk around. What do you want to know? Okay, again, we're going to look at all the safety issues on it. Is it leaking anything? Got power lines involved? What's the traffic doing? What's the weight of it? If that trailer is empty, what's the weight? 15. Okay. 53 foot, 15,000 pounds. That's the number we're going to work with. Okay. So if that's the case, how much weight do I have out here on this end? 7,500. How much is on top of that car? Half of that. Okay. On the other car, it's half of that. Right. So really the weight doesn't really come into play as much as you think it does.
Half of 75? Half of the 75?
Yeah. Because it's supported on both ends. So I'm just talking about this quarter. All right. 15 standing up, laying on the side, 75, which is half of 15. I go to a corner, that's half of that 7,500. So I just round up 8, that's 4,000 pounds. You know, my equipment's well within capable of that. And the same thing will be down there. Okay. Stabilizing, what would you do?
Got 2 trucks already.
Yeah, you do have 2 chocks in there already. That works out. But remember, if they're on their side, they really don't go anywhere. That's okay. Okay. Can I just go up to that car and pop the door and get them out? Absolutely wrong. Because the weight is not involved in that half of the car. Okay. Removing that door is not going to make any iota of difference in what that truck is doing in that car. It's going to push down, that door open and closes, and make a difference. If the truck is over top of the door, that's a different story, but it's not. It's off to the side. I'll pop the door, get them out. I go down to the other one, see if I can do the same thing, be done with it. Okay, stabilizing, what can you do to stabilize that trailer? Remember, what's in the back of these trailers? LTL, which means what? Lots and lots of boxes. Okay, where are the boxes right now? On that sidewall, it's not designed to hold them. Okay? You can't strut this thing and stabilize it. There's really not a whole lot you can do with it. Okay? You're hoping that you get a situation like this. But suppose, let's say that front car is further up underneath that trailer and it's got the whole roof pushed down. Okay? Now what you're looking at is it loaded? Is it not? Let's say it is. Can I go to the corners and just strut the box and then start tunneling my way in and hope that those boxes are not heavy enough to push down? These are some of the things you got to think about. Okay. What would you do? This is a straight truck, and it took a hard turn, rolled over on top of this car. Okay. The passenger, she got out. The driver, he's still in there. He's viable. He's just in the middle somewhere. Okay. So again, what's the process? Size of it. What are the dangers? What's the weight? What are the condition of the brakes? Okay. For this truck right here, 18,000 pounds is what's sitting on top of the car. Because it's rolled to its side, it's half of that, so it's 9,000 pounds. What would you do to the truck? Is the truck pushing down in the car? Yes. What do you do to the truck? Stop the push. Stop the crush. Okay. However, which way you do that, then you affect getting them out. If you have the capability, you let the truck pull the car out. If you have a big wrecker, that'd be really super nice because it makes it go by fast. Suppose you don't have any of that stuff. This is a tunneling exercise. Okay. but you gotta stop the crush. Everybody understand that? That's one of the first things you wanna do. All right? This one, tractor trailer driver fell asleep on the interstate. He drifted over. This is a family of 4 in this SUV, spun him around, pinned him up against the guardrail. We had him out in 5 minutes. How did we do it? We cut the roof off. Nothing to it. Okay, that's us working in it. Emergency vehicles are tough because not conventional construction, really they're not to be, designed to be in accidents per se. And you're also talking about fellow rescuers, so they're kind of difficult to deal with. How about truck versus train? What's the big problem with the truck versus train?
Finding, seeing.
Getting to the scene. This was at a grade crossing in a rock quarry. Guy crossed it, the train nailed him. Where is this now? It wasn't a grade crossing, this is quarter mile down the track, okay? We couldn't get a pickup down there, so everybody had to basically hump the hydraulic tools. He was killed in the accident. We had to go and extricate him out of the cab. The train is a non-issue. It wasn't leaking anything, and they had it locked down. But it takes the accident scene and moves it someplace it's very, very difficult to access. That's the problem with trains. Okay. So this is an accident. I'll finish up with this. This is an accident we worked back in 2005. We wrote it up and put it in Fire Rescue Magazine, some of those things. In 2005, we had been locally in Charlottesville doing this class for about 5 years. And our wrecker operators had all come together, and they were actually teaching the class, okay? Again, we started off with just a Saturday, just trying to figure out, the truck on top of the car thing. The wrecker operators that, came by. We started working with them. They would go out and find large vehicles and bring them to a yard, and we had plenty of vehicles to work with, and every year we just did a class, and we kind of taught ourselves how to do all this stuff, okay? So by the time 2005 rolled around, we had a great working relationship with all the tow companies in the area, except for the one that I already talked about. We don't work with them, okay? When a call comes in, we think we need them. The incident commander on the road calls their dispatch center, says it's the location. We think we got something, and that dispatcher calls all the tow companies. Everybody gets called, okay? You may wonder why that is because you never know where the wreckers are and what they're doing, who's available and whatnot, okay? So on November 8th, there was a couple of people in a car. They're going down the interstate. They're in the slow lane on the left side, the fast lane, the passing lane. There's a tractor trailer. He's loaded with full wood chips. He's fully loaded, okay? These guys are traveling kind of neck and neck. The guys in the car looked over, saw a crossover, and decided they're going to head for it. So they kind of cut the tractor trailer off. He nailed them. Car rolled up underneath of them, and they went off the interstate together in the median strip, okay? So I was driving the rescue truck. You see in the background, we pulled up and you see all the wood chips. A number of people had pulled their cars off the highway and were digging through those chips. They knew there was a car under there somewhere, okay? You see the hose line down? The tractor on that truck was on fire. It was the brakes on the front. They were on fire. So the first in engine, they have a fire suppression issue going on. They're trying to get, foam on that front and get that fire out, all right? You kind of see where the car is from this view. That's what we looked at when we walked around the truck, okay? That's the automobile with the nails in, okay, 2 adult nails. What would you think? Yeah, they're toasted, okay? So I walked around like, oh man, this is gonna be a mess. And we could actually hear them in there, and they were screaming, get us out. So we knew we had viable. I'm also dealing with a tractor trailer that's loaded, and it's on top of the car. So what's our first consideration? Basically stop the crush, yeah. So let me back up a little bit. All right, so we started looking at this, ran around the other side, making an assessment. We're getting ready to do a lift right there, but this is what we're first looking at. So we took medium pressure airbags and we put them on either side of the car, and we pushed up just enough that we started creeping the trailer, which means we're load transferring to those airbags, and that's where we stop. We don't want to lift the trailer. I don't want it to bend in the middle and, cascade the load down on top of these guys. I just want to stop the crush. So if you look left of the car, you see that airbag right there. Why do you think we're losing low pressure? Big surface. Okay, I'm only going to apply 14 PSI if it's fully extended. It's not much. And there's one back over here you don't see. Okay, so we just want to push up enough. As soon as we got dispatch, we called the record company because we were thinking we were going to a tractor trailer with entrapment, and they're on their way. Okay, so they responded with us. We got rescue box, which is 2 heavy rescues, couple rescue engines, cartridge and a paratree. We get a lot of stuff that comes out. Okay. As we are putting the airbags into place, the wrecker is backing in. Okay. So he hooked to the back. We effect the lift. So this is the heavy wrecker right here. He knew where to attach. He picked up. You see these lines right here. These cables go into another wrecker over here, and that's going to be the slide out. So we're going to pick this thing up and slide this car out. Yeah, that's what we're kind of teaching here. Not a big deal. Right? All right, so we picked it up. The airbags fell out, and they pulled the car out. Believe it or not, those 2 guys inside that car, 18 minutes from the time I hit the airbag till the first patient went in the ambulance, was a fractured wrist on one of the guys, and everything's good. Okay. The only way something like that works is where you work with the record company ahead of time. You've got a working relationship with them. You've built that bond of trust, and you can talk to each other on a first name basis. Okay. All the other skills and techniques we teach you is when the records can't get there. You got to revert back to the very slow methods, and you got to be safe, and you got to know a lot of things. What your equipment worried to that, you got to know the weight that you're dealing with, what the angles you're dealing with, all that stuff comes into play. Okay? Without that, they show up, I would strongly recommend you don't use them. If you don't know what their capability is, you don't know if that operator knows what he's doing or not. You got to build that bond first. Okay. With that, questions? That's all. Mike, do you have any questions in that room over there? If you do, run down here. Okay, so we're gonna leave from here. If they have questions, I'll just run down that room. 12:30, be out back. So the parking lot is. To the side is where, well, kind of back over there, towards the right from where we're facing. You'll see the props. You may see a record or 2 out there. Come over there, we'll break up into 3 groups. These are teaching stations, and we'll go over a lot of stuff this afternoon on the equipment. Okay, you won't get to do anything, you're just here to learn. All right, cool with that? And that's it. Make sure you're wearing a mask outside. Again, we have the mask police running around here today, checking on everybody and everything, so.
Gloves, eye-pro, helmet.
I would wear gloves, eye-pro, helmet as a minimum. I don't think we're gonna be doing any more other than lifting something to the station. That's it. That's all I'll think. No other questions? See you out in an hour.